Crazy affordable. A free Carrier furnace from Plumline and Carrier. Turn to the experts. Call now before this plum crazy deal ends. 303-633-5577 or schedule online at plumlineservices.com. Service at home, servants at heart, and plum crazy good deals.
When you're an innovative business, every blinking cursor, every blank page is an opportunity. What will you do with it? Will you make something better or create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with tools and expertise to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. For advice on smart PCs powered by Intel V Pro that's built for business, call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL.
Are you seeing the telomeres here? Come here, look at the scope.
Dr. Ocasio's lab startup just discovered a gene therapy breakthrough.
The cells have already doubled.
He needs a fleet of research assistants before this breakthrough breaks them.
We need lab techs, research assistants.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hello, this is Kurt Cambier with Centennial Capital Partners. Government spending making you nervous? Find out what we think. Give us a call, 303-584-1161 to discuss.
Securities offered through Cambridge Investment Research, Inc., a broker-dealer, member of FINRA SIPC. Investment advisor representative, Cambridge Investment Research Advisors, Inc., a registered investment advisor. Cambridge and Centennial Capital Partners are not affiliated.
Michael Brown here for Integrity Health Advisors. It's that time of year when you see all the commercials claiming to offer you all sorts of things if you'll call them about your Medicare when annual enrollment starts on October 1. Well, don't wait for your notice. Call now, especially if you want to make changes or you haven't reviewed your plan in years. Find out what plans might best suit your needs from a local agency that actually cares about you. Call Integrity Health Advisors today. 720-288-0863. That's 720-288-0863.
Got in a wreck? Let Fairway Collision Center help. Their team of mechanics has restored cars with expertise and stellar service since 1994. Visit Fairway Collision Center at 8550 South Valley Highway, Englewood.
This report is sponsored by Murdoch's Ranch and Home Supply.
Plenty of sunshine to go around for your Wednesday. Temperatures stay in the upper 60s. Light breeze, plenty of sun, so a good-looking day ahead. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Worth.
It's Carhartt Days at Murdoch's Ranch and Home Supply. Through October 11th, spend $125 or more on your favorite Carhartt and get 25 Carhartt bucks to use towards a future purchase. Now through October 11th at your local Murdoch's or Murdochs.com.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. It's Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter, mornings at 10. Streaming live on our free iHeart radio app and at khow.com.
ABC News, I'm Em Nguyen. President Biden is headed to hurricane-ravaged Florida, where he'll meet with state and local officials as well as families who have been displaced by the storm. Not on the agenda, any discussion of politics.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre was asked if President Biden will bring up Governor Ron DeSantis' actions to send migrants all over the country. And the White House Press Secretary said that there'll be plenty of time for the two men to discuss their differences, but right now it's about the federal response and the state response working together to try to get this situation under control.
ABC's Ike Janchi in Venice, Florida. OPEC countries meeting today, now saying they will cut oil production by 2 million barrels a day. A settlement has been reached in the death of Helena Hutchins, the cinematographer on the movie Rust. Hutchins' husband Matthew will be the executive producer on the film. Filming resumes in January with all principal players on board, including Alec Baldwin, who fired the gun that killed Hutchins. This is ABC News. The FBI out with a new look at crime across the country last year. It estimates murders were up more than 4% compared to 2020 to nearly 23,000 nationwide, but robberies falling by nearly 9%. Protests continue in Iran over the death of a young woman in police custody, and now they're spreading to other countries. ABC's Megan Williams says in Rome.
There, says one of dozens of women lining up at Rome's Maxi Museum, where they cut a strand of their hair and placed it in a transparent box on display as a symbol of solidarity with Iranian women.
They need to know that they're not alone,
says museum president Giovanna Malandri, who also cut a lock of her hair. The box full of hair locks will be delivered to the Iranian embassy in Rome. Protesters turned out this weekend here in Rome and around the world in support of those in Iran after the death of 22-year-old Mahsa Amini in police custody after allegedly violating the Islamic Republic's strict dress code.
Win, ABC News.
As a mom, I know how my little guy's feeling just by listening. That's happy. And that's a stuffy nose. So that's when I use Vicks Sinex Children's Saline Nasal Mist.
Instantly clear mucus at the source with Vicks Sinex Children's Saline. Get fast, drug-free relief from everyday stuffy noses for ages 1 and up. Vicks Sinex Children's Saline. Look for the Vicks branded nasal spray in the cold and flu aisle. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Research shows listeners prefer a personalized experience. So to help you remember, Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance. We personalized this ad for Amber, who really misses boy bands from the 90s.
Hey girl, I'm the cute one, here to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I'm the heartthrob. The only thing I love more than you is Sadie. And I'm the other boy in the band everyone forgot about.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
The hiring process for Aurora's police chief will continue. The 2 remaining finalists met with city officials and the public last week. One then dropped out. Many community activists and local leaders were not satisfied with how the search was conducted. Pastor Thomas Mays tells Fox 31 some members of the community were left out of the process.
I want them to get it right. Take their time. Don't rush the process. Slow down, take their time, and listen to the community and hear what they're saying. See what they're feeling.
City Manager Jim Twombly says moving forward, they will be assessing the process and determining next steps as they continue the search. A 17-year-old arrested in the shooting of a man on I-70 is being charged with murder. Jameel James will be tried as an adult for the July 31st death of Kevin Piaskowski. The victim was driving on I-70 near the Northfield, Quebec exit when James allegedly fired a shot into his vehicle. James has also been charged with vehicle theft, violating probation, and weapon possession. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
As the 10 o'clock hour hits, the bumps and bruises throughout the Denver metro keep coming. Big news on the north end of town, I-25 southbound at 104th. We've got a crash with 3 lanes blocked. Traffic is eking by through the center lane, and we're seeing stopped driving back from 128th. Otherwise, pretty easy driving throughout the Denver metro. Over on the east end, I-270 westbound showing its normal slowdowns approaching Vasquez. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies today, but cool out there. We've got an afternoon high of 69 degrees, overnight low of 45. The current temperature in Denver is 61. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Who doesn't love to hear good stories? Stories that captivate your heart, stories that make you laugh, or perhaps stories that set the record straight. That's what we do at Red Pilled America. We tell stories. Join us on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts. That's Red Pilled America.
Grainberry, healthy cereal for your family.
I'm Peter Harris for Grainberry Cereals with Amazing Onyx Sorghum. Just 1 bowl of Grainberry every morning can help you reach your health goals, whatever they may be.
I want to keep my family as healthy as possible, so that means I'm choosing foods high in antioxidants.
I'm focusing on my gut health, and that means adding more whole grains into my diet.
I want to lose weight, and that starts by cutting down on sugar.
At Grainberry, we call those bowl goals. Every single bowl of Grainberry contains less sugar than other cereals and more of what matters most, like plant-based fiber, whole grains, antioxidants, and of course, flavor. Grainberry is great for managing diabetes, pre-diabetes, and other health-related issues. So grab a box of Grainberry with Amazing Onyx Sorghum at Safeway today and keep your bowl goals on track.
Come on, Jesus Christ, it's like independent thoughts of sin.
Yeah, how dare you?
I didn't realize till this year that he doesn't own a house. Really? He couch surfs. Yeah. That's what he says. He stays on the couch with all his friends. Dang. Because he He travels. doesn't own a house. He doesn't. He's never in one place long enough.
Radio to your desktop. And when you ask Alexa to play 630 KHOW on iHeartRadio, Denver's talk station is available everywhere. Just download our free iHeartRadio app. 630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
need advice when you don't have to lose. Come running just as fast as you can. Troubleshooter's gonna help you come running.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now,
Hey,
Martino
Tom
here.
Martino
Welcome to the
here.
show. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. Here at the studio, the mothership at iHeart, as we say. And I welcome you to the only show of its kind anywhere. We're going to get right to the phones. This hour brought to you by RealCBDThatWorks.com. People have asked about that study going on with dogs. It's going on with dogs, and if it does help dogs, you can buy all you want. They're doing a study on improving cognitive ability, not just for dogs, though. It's going to extend into human trials, but they start with dogs. And if you have a dog 8 years old or older, a bit confused maybe, he forgets things, she forgets things, or they seem confused or whatever, or you just want to check it out, you can go to them, and they will, by the way, I'm going to give you a phone number, they will do a free vet check and screening to see if your dog's a candidate. If it's a candidate, you'll get free vet care for 3 years and all the CBD the dog needs. This is not a come-on or a trick. This is a real deal. This is a study of CBD. Speaking of CBD, they have pet products and people products and cosmetic products at realcbdthatworks.com. Now, that's where you can order, realcbdthatworks.com. Now, let me get you the phone number to call about this animal study for your dogs, 8 years or older. Do you have a dog 8 years or older, guys? Any of you guys have any dogs? Your son's dog, well, how old is your son's dog, Doc?
Oh, they're both 1 to 2 years old.
They're little, yeah, they're babes. Okay. Here's the number, 800-985-0515. 800-985-0515. Or you can email them, info@panacealife.com. Info@panacealife.com. Hey, welcome to the show, Christopher. How can we help you, sir? Christopher?
Oh, it's been a complete nightmare this week. Visiting family from Portland, Oregon, staying at an Airbnb over here on Emerson Street. And Sunday night, I guess Sunday morning, I'm not really clear when the accident happened, but there was a stolen vehicle, possibly like drunk driver, but just completely sideswiped and nailed about six cars over here on 18th and Emerson. Mine got nailed probably the hardest.
Now, is your car outside of the bed and breakfast or the B&B?
Yeah, so it's just parked on Emerson here.
Okay, so and your car. Now, are you from out of town, or you were visiting your people here?
Yeah, I'm from out of town, so just visiting some family.
Okay, so where are you from?
Portland, Oregon.
Okay, and you have insurance in Portland. Who's your carrier?
Pemco, so they're just a regional Washington and Oregon.
Okay, and are you allowed to, or do you have coverage outside the state?
Yes, I believe
What kind of coverage do you have? This would be I think this would be a collision coverage. Do you have collision coverage, or is it old, you just have a liability?
I had liability. I didn't have collision, but I did have uninsured motorist prop damage due to car theft.
Oh, hey, bro, that's a good coverage a lot of people don't know about.
Yeah, so I
believe, let's call Compass. Now, they're a broker, an independent broker I use for expert advice. I want you to hold on, because I'm wondering, have you inquired to see if your uninsured motorist property damage covers it? It would seem to me it would, because it was a hit and run. And do you know that? Did you call and ask?
Yeah, so I'm in talks with my claims adjuster. The reason for the call is not only is the car totaled, it's immobilized, the tickets are adding up. I'm in the 2-hour limit because I'm downtown. My adjuster can't authorize any payments or even a tow at this point because Denver police, I guess there were a couple different agencies involved in this.
Did they say you need a police report to get any coverage?
Yeah, well, because I don't have the collision, so it's falling under the uninsured prop damage.
That's
and
right, uninsured prop
driver, damage. They just need to confirm that the car was stolen and that there was no other, policies. We reached out. Wait.
How would we know if the car's stolen that hit you? Did they find the perp?
I think so. According to some people I talked to that live on the street that were impacted, I guess they did catch the guy.
Okay.
but
So
my
you need
insurance
to get a police report? Is that what we're waiting on?
Yeah, so I initially went on the police report, and then they sent me an email saying it's a current active investigation. They wouldn't release the report, that I need to get an accident investigative report.
Oh, this is a weird one. This is a weird one because now, is your car drivable?
Not really. The control arm got bent really bad, so it just kind of.
So you're in a catch-22. I mean, or I don't know if it's really catch-22, but you're in a quandary here because you have a car you can't drive. You need a police report. The police report won't be done till the active investigation's done. The active investigation literally could take months. You're stuck. This sucks. I want to call Compass and see how they would handle it with uninsured property damage. So, Suze, let's try to get Compass on, Compass Insurance Group. Eric, what is happening with you? Oh, I remember, Eric. We left off yesterday, and here's what you said. Lyft was paying a weekly surcharge to its drivers for fuel. Is that right?
Right. They were paying a fuel surcharge of 55 cents per ride.
Okay, so Lyft was paying this, and then they stopped paying it.
Right. They never sent notification or anything that they were stopping the payment of it.
Okay, and then, but had they sent notification? Oh, here's what I need to know. What's the big deal about sending notification? If it was extra money to begin with and they decided to stop it, would you have quit driving Lyft at that point?
No, I wouldn't have, but the notice, so I went back and checked my emails, and from the beginning of September through yesterday, I have emails from Lyft showing my weekly earnings that says we will continue paying this for the foreseeable future. However, on September 28th, they stopped paying it. So when I contacted them yesterday morning, I said, hey, you're telling me that you're still paying it, but you're not. How about paying me for last week? And they said, oh, well, because we stopped it in the middle of last week, we're not paying you for any of it.
All right, hold on.
And I've talked to...
Hold on. We'll talk about it. Let's see if it constitutes a contract, that email. They were going to continue it, then they stopped it. And can they just stop and start at will? Let's talk about that and more coming up. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK.
If you're in a room with 4 other people, chances are one of you has already been an identity theft victim. 1 in 5. Watching your accounts and credit isn't enough. It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. LifeLock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, LifeLock will work to fix it. Nobody can prevent all identity theft, but everyone can save up to 25% on their first year with promo code BECK at LifeLock.com. Promo code BECK, save 25% off your first year.
You know, we were just talking about an auto accident. John Fuller is our auto accident expert. Had there been personal injury, we would have called him for help, and you should call him too. Now, let me explain something. A lot of big law firms brag about settlements. That's because they gather leads. They have a call center. They have like dozens of attorneys. And you're entered into the system like a lead. And then they pick and choose the leads, and they assign them to attorneys based on the severity and who should work what. You're a number. Honest to God, that's what you are. There is no lead attorney that touches each and every case. I don't care what firm you're talking about if there's more than one attorney. But with John Fuller, he's the only attorney on purpose, and he only takes cases he can handle personally. If you want to notice the difference, call John Fuller right up front, 303-597-4500. 303-597-4500. MyAccidentLawyer.co.
I'm Jeff Jr., president and owner of Trajan Wealth. I was born and raised in northern Wisconsin by my father, who owned a small 10-lane bowling alley, and my mother, who was a nurse who did her best caring for everyone in our small town. My parents stressed with me that if I was going to do anything, it needed to be done right or not done at all. I later joined the Marine Corps, where additional values were instilled. Values like honor, courage, and commitment. The motto of the Marine Corps? Semper Fi, which means always faithful. The best part of Trajan Wealth is our 75-plus employees who also embrace the exact same values. If your current financial advisor is more interested in selling you something, or is more loyal to their own financial gain
You've been
than
here
yours,
before, though,
give us
right?
a
We've
call
met
for a second
before.
opinion.
It's been
We would
like
be honored
3
to
or
hear
4
from you.
years.
Call Trajan today at 720-4...
Fun. Okay. $9:45 or $9:50. I'll put this in your text. Just you're coming together, right? Okay, I'll put this in the text. But when you get here, don't get here much before 9:45. I don't know what time the building unlocks, but you'll come in. I think it unlocks at 9 or 9:30. But come in at 9:45. Come in, come up to the 4th floor, and just wait in the red iHeart lobby. You'll see some chairs that are sitting, and you just text me saying you're here, and then I'll just grab you right before you and your guest before the show starts. Okay. Great. This is an auto accident call. He had some kind of different sort of insurance, something, I think it was uninsured for property damage. He had coverage for uninsured. I don't know that for, it was something weird and I missed it, Jeremy, but you know Tom has your back. Okay, thanks, man. Hang on just a minute.
Diagnosed with bone-on-bone arthritis. Been told.
Please note the earnings portion. Who gives a shit? Good, good. Good. To whom should we send the funds? Guys, let's see. I'm just going to send it to me. And then, oh, direct to bank account. Good.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
I got to see if I have that bank account still. Good, I'm doing this. So you guys prompt me to do shit.
Special effects. We're here for creating movie merchandising as we know today. Be sure to catch this week's edition of Our American Stories on the iHeart Radio app, on Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
How do you... I'm going to ask you that on the air, too. Everything I'm thinking about, I'm not going to ask you here. I'm not going to ask you. I want it on the air. But I do have a question that's pretty awesome. I always have awesome questions.
Starts on October 1.
Let's see,
Well,
what
don't
account
wait.
should I send this to? Son of a bitch. I don't even remember. I changed my bank accounts.
All integrity health advisors today. 720.
How long have you had those I-29s coming?
3 years? Why? 2 or 3? At least 3.
Okay.
What were you going to say?
I'm looking up to see what the tax deductions were if the different taxes have changed.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713 Talk. I have some experts here. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies we'll talk to in a minute. What's on your mind today? I also have an expert from Compass Insurance Group on. By the way, home of the insurance checkup, but I'm asking them not about their insurance checkup today, although that's really valuable. They check like 26 companies for you to see if you're first not paying too much and then underinsured. You don't want to be underinsured. Jeremy, this is a good question, and I want you to give us an answer now. Christopher, who is your carrier up there in wherever you come from? Where do you come from?
Yeah, Portland, Oregon, so it's PEMCO. It's just a regional mutual, PEMCO.
Jeremy, have you ever heard of PEMCO?
I haven't, no.
Now listen to this. He has liability plus uninsured motorist plus uninsured motorist property damage. His car was parked outside of a place, Airbnb here in Denver, he's visiting from Portland, and his car was smashed, not drivable. Now, his insurance says we're not paying anything until we see a police report. The police say this is an active investigation. You're not going to get a police report for months. Now, it seems to me he can get an initial police report, for God's sakes. Have you ever heard of something like this? What do you do?
Yeah, that's tough. Yeah, I mean, if the car's parked, an initial police report just stating that should be enough.
you know, in a case like this, and I'm assuming it's liability only.
They want to know that there's no insurance coverage, so they want to know the car was stolen, or they want to know the circumstance so they can investigate it. Now, it seems to me that any hit and run should be covered, but since they Christopher, you're not even clear if they caught the guy, right?
Right. I'm not sure. The email I got from DPD when I wanted to get the initial report is the report has been found. However, it can not be released by the records unit. This type of police report has been determined to be highly sensitive in nature and/or requires legal review before release. So you have to order it through the civil liability unit, which I did. They have the redacted thing, and they're saying it could take like months to get that redacted accident report.
Well, and the tough part is uninsured motorists, you do need to verify that the person doesn't have insurance.
Right, so that's what they can't do.
Get hit by, right, and that's what puts this one in a tough spot.
Would it have been better if they didn't catch the guy?
From a coverage standpoint, absolutely, because, you know, they're going to, you know, most of the time they don't, and a hit and run, the assumption is they're underinsured. So we'll typically see in a hit and run, uninsured motorist will pay. When they catch the guy, it does add an element to where they need to verify if he has insurance.
That is a weird. This guy is in a weird quandary, as I said before.
It's tough. Now, I would ask the insurance company what their policy is on how long do they have to verify that, because they are going to have some, and that's probably different by state, so I don't want to guess what that would be. But there should be some, you know, limitation that they have X amount of days to verify. They can't just hold you in limbo indefinitely, you know, because otherwise, you know,
okay.
someone...
But could they say the burden's on you if you can't provide it? Yeah, you have 30 days and then we drop it, or do they have to pay? Which way does it go when it is too long? Does it go against him or for him?
The burden's on them, not the insured. The burden is on the insurance company. The assumption is we don't know who hit you. There's no way to verify the insurance. This is an uninsured motorist claim. So if they didn't catch the guy, you know, that would have boded better for him in this case.
But why are they telling him he needs to get the report?
Yeah, that part I don't understand. That's something that they should be working on.
No,
on the same token,
she just wanted me to. She thought I could get it quicker, so I actually went down to the North.
So they're actually being cooperative.
Yeah, we're in touch every day.
You're just stuck. Do you have any rental car coverage?
No, unfortunately, I did not elect for that, so that's kind of on me.
God.
Well, it probably wasn't something you could have gotten if the car's liability only, so you don't have comp and collision, correct?
Right. So just the uninsured prop, mainly just due to my fear
the uninsured property.
My biggest thing. Yeah.
This is terrible. So there is no answer really but to wait.
Right.
I would just ask them how long they have to verify, because there should be a set number.
Is it in his policy
days.
Somewhere?
It could be. I'd be happy to look through it if he wants to send over a
listen,
copy.
if you have a policy, get a hold of us. If not, it's very important, Christopher, that you tell your insurance company that you want to know the time limit, how much time they have before they must pay. Just ask that question and call us back. I mean, and then if you get a copy of the insurance policy, we'll send it over to Compass Insurance Group to take a look at it, because I think it's something we got to take care of. I mean, you know, as an insurance company, they can't just say tough. You know, we can't do anything. 303-713-8255. Now, Eric, back to him. Now, Eric, here's what I want to tell you that I checked off the air, and here is the general thought of employment law. This is not an employment situation, but it is an employment substance, meaning you are employed or using the word employed as being used or contracted by. If someone gives you an extra perk that is not contractual, they can withdraw that perk at any time. In other words, the assumption is they did not draw you in with the perk. If they said to you, Eric, come drive for Lyft instead of Uber, and we will assure you better rates because we're going to pay a fuel.
Both companies did this at the exact same time.
Yeah. No, but what I'm saying is this.
Yeah.
If it was a contractual perk, then the contract would rule. If the contractual perk said you're getting it and we can withdraw it at any time, or if the contractual perk said you're getting it, but we'll give you 60 days notice or 30 days notice. It all depends on what the contractual perk says. If it's not contractual, it's at will. I mean, and I can tip people all I want or give people extra money, and I'm not bound by it because I didn't lure you with it. I didn't mislead you. I didn't contract you with this perk in mind. So you were driving for Lyft anyway. They kicked in the surcharge. The fact that they withdrew it without notice does not damage you.
Well, so here's the other part of the question. So every week when you get your earnings statement, this is the message that it says, offsetting gas costs. We know that increased gas prices are impacting you, so you now get an extra 55 cents on every ride you give.
Right.
See it in your trip earnings summaries. You can count on it until further notice.
Okay.
Now, they ended it.
Now, hold on a sec. Hold on. That statement, you can count on it until further notice. That was in the email?
Yes.
Well, I would say that they're telling you can count on. They were stupid enough to use that wording. You can count on it until further notice.
Right. Every week they send the exact same message.
I get it. Now, you and no one else was notified they were discontinuing it.
Correct. I've talked to about
now that complicates things. That complicates things a bit because it's not so clean. They didn't say, "Hey, we know it's impacting you. Here's a fuel charge, a fuel surcharge." But to say those other words, that's weird. You can count on it until further notice. That's weird. That is totally weird. And why wouldn't they simply send out notice? Now, are they claiming they sent out notice?
Nope. Because I asked them, I said, "Hey."
Now that's a whole different story, Eric. So when you tell your story next time to anyone you tell it to, an attorney or anyone, you got to lead with that. You have to say, they told us in writing we could depend on this surcharge. Depend on it until further notice. Can you send us a copy of that email?
Yeah, I can send you these screenshots.
Yes, for sure. I think we need to talk to I want to talk to an attorney about it. And once again, we're asking about employment. It is really employment law, kinda. Suze, we don't have an employment attorney. Obviously, this is not necessarily wage and hour either, although it could be. I don't know who to call. We go to Mark for a lot of general law, like we used to go to John. Maybe we go to Mark and ask him. Let's talk to Mark Cranack. He's got a legal head. We can ask him. Hold on, all right, man? Let's just figure out if this was a contractual arrangement, because that changes things a bit. It really does. It changes things a bit. 303-713-8255.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
Tumultuous driving throughout the Denver metro for that.
Tumultuous. Late morning up on the north end of town, I-25 southbound at 104th. We've got a crash with 3 lanes blocked. Traffic is barely eking by in the center lane. Seen stop and go back from 100 to 3rd. It's been an hour of delays for drivers. South into downtown, I-25 southbound at Anderson. Erie Boulevard, we've got debris on the road in the right lane. Really coming things up for drivers in the downtown area. Fox 30. 6:31 pinpoint weather, mostly sunny today. Still cool out there. We've got an afternoon high of 69 degrees. Overnight low of 45 and mostly sunny skies again tomorrow. Current temperature in Denver 60 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW. Star Wars revolutionized the way that special effects are done in movies, but they also created movie merchandising as we know it today. Be sure to catch this week's edition of Our American Stories. Now have radio app and Apple Podcasts or wherever you get your podcasts.
If you need help with an insurance claim, we were just talking about insurance, but like I'm talking about now houses. Property damage, casualty, business. If you had a fire, flood, hail, wind, rain, and you think your insurance company is not being fair, or let me correct that, they're never fair. You need a public adjuster. One of them on our referral list we love, publicadjuster.pro. They're called Claims Pro, but the website is publicadjuster.pro, 833-252-4600. That's 833-252-4600. One clear choice, garage doors, for your garage door needs. Now, what is a garage door need? Well, first, a broken spring. How about that? How about misadjustment, misalignment? You know, when it gets cold and it gets hot, doors get out of alignment. One Clear Choice Doors will do a full inspection and tune-up for just $80. Did you know that? OneClearChoiceDoors.com. Also, all of their prices are on their website. They are proud of what they do, and one of the few truly factory-backed garage door dealers and service centers. OneClearChoiceDoors.com, 720-370-3987. One of the things we're going to be talking about today is retirement. Now, one of the things you can do for retirement is called overfunding life insurance. Now, Joe Chiano does that with Become the Banker. That's what he calls it. Why does he call it that? Because you overfund life insurance on purpose. It grows tax-free. Yes, it can be tax-free. And then you use that money through your life. You borrow from it, pay it back, borrow, pay it back with even more interest than the insurance company charges, and then you build even more for retirement. It's called becomethebanker.org. Find out more right there, or call 303-779-6600.
So many people have told me about Orchard, and no wonder. It's the new way to sell. For example, Orchard makes you a cash offer for your home. And when your home sells for more, you keep the difference. No longer do you have to choose between an easy home sale or the best price for your home. Let me tell you about Rudy, a recent Orchard customer. Rudy's home sold on the market for $33,000 above his cash offer. Had he gone to a home buying company, he would have missed out on that extra money. But with Orchard, .com takes just a couple of minutes and lets you skip home listing hassles. If you're thinking about selling or just curious,
that thing's blown up too for the Senate with his paid abortion, simping anti-abortion. Oh, good job, dude. Oops.
Find out what plans might best suit your needs from a local agency that actually cares about you. Call Integrity Health Advisors today. 720-288-0863. That's 720-288-0863.
Due to the unprecedented demand, Century RV is extending their grand opening sale. Come to their new state-of-the-art sales and service facility designed to better serve their customers. They will continue their factory special offers and unheard-of discounts on select units. Century RV Sales Department is now open 6 days a week from 8 to 8 to accommodate the increased demand, so they will be there when you need them. Century RV off the I-25 and exit 240 next to American Furniture Warehouse in Longmont and at CenturyRV.com.
Hurting your neck or back can be a serious hit to your happiness and way of life. Pain relief doesn't have to mean an endless cycle of medication and doctor visits. Spine One's effective, minimally invasive treatments for back, neck, and joint pain have helped Colorado live pain-free for more than 20 years. And with same-day appointments at Spine One, you can get the help you need today. If you're ready to get your life back from back pain, call Spine One today. 303-367-BACK or go online at spineone.com.
Says we all have more in common than not.
Well, you're one common denominator. It's the common sense way to go.
still a place that brings us together.
I agree with everything you're saying. I often disagree. You need to look at both sides of the spectrum. I completely agree. We're not talking about compromise. We're talking about common ground here.
To talk about everything that's going on.
The few people that have something said.
Exactly. Denver's Talk Station, 630 KHOW. Denver's Talk Station, online at khow.com. Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 713-8255. Now, we have Mark Kranek on, attorney at law. And, you know, Mark likes to do credit blackmail or credit slander or bad faith for insurance. And he likes to sink his teeth into cases. This is not a big case. This is a case that I just need an opinion on. So I'm going to ask Mark Kranek, attorney at law. Here we have Eric. And Eric is a Lyft driver, and it's a very simple thing. When gas prices started skyrocketing, Lyft kicked in a 55-cent per ride extra surcharge for fuel. They started giving drivers an extra 55 cents or something for each ride. Now, Eric, what did the email say, or was it an email or a written statement that you got every time you got that money?
So it was every Tuesday I get an email from Lyft showing my weekly earnings.
And what does it say? I want that wording. I want you to read it.
Okay, offsetting gas costs. We know that increased gas prices are impacting you. So you now get an extra 55 cents on every ride you give. See it in your trip and earnings summaries. You can count on it until further notice.
Now, you can count on it until further notice. Then, Eric, you said on September 28th, they decide to stop it, but did not notify any drivers. And so you're merrily taking rides. And at the end of the week, they say, you don't have any money coming, any extra money. I mean, that's what it boils down to. What I need to know, though, Eric, did they resume the charges again?
No, they have not.
Okay, now here's the bottom line, Mark. Did they create a contract when had they simply said, we're going to give you a fuel charge, we feel sorry for you, I feel like, Mark, they could have just stopped doing it at any time. But they put some extra wording in there that was troubling, don't you think, or not?
Well, so it sounds like it's. I mean, the first thing you're going to look to is the contract, the employment contract that the Lyft driver has with the Lyft company. But I think my shoot from the hip opinion on this is consistent with yours, Tom, which is it sounds like it's gratuitous to begin with. So you're going to look at contract law. Do they have a contractual obligation? Well, they might not have been required to do it to begin with. I mean, let's assume...
No, let's assume they're not required to do it. But what I'm talking about is you can count on it until further notice, and there is no further notice, and they stop it.
Yeah, there's a doctrine in the law called promissory estoppel, which possibly could be relevant here. It's an equitable doctrine that's similar to contract law, but it's basically somewhat consistent with this scenario where someone says that they're going to do something, and then the other person, in this case the Lyft driver, relies on that promise or that assertion, and they suffer some kind of detriment as a result of relying on that person's promise.
Could Eric say, I normally don't hump it this hard until I got this notice and I just worked a little extra? I don't know.
The answer to that is maybe. In fact, probably. We'd have to look at, do some legal research and look into the promissory estoppel doctrine. It's an equitable doctrine, not a legal doctrine. But there might be something there. The argument would be consistent with what we're all, I think, on the same page with here, which is, you told me you were going to do this, and I relied on your representation by continuing to work harder, and then you pull the rug out from under me without providing me with the notice you promised. So, there might be something there, actually.
So what do you think his next step should be. And by the way, this is, you know, Mark, this is affecting how many Lyft drivers, Eric?
Well, it's nationwide, so however many thousands. And I've talked to 2 dozen here in the Denver area who are all like, we had no idea this was stopping.
And just to be clear, they did say in that email that they would provide notice, correct?
It said you can, if I believe Eric, he didn't send me proof, but he's reading it.
I don't have an email to send it to you, Tom, so otherwise I would.
But you will send it eventually to me, right?
Yeah,
when I give
me
it
an
to
email
you.
and I'll send it to you.
Help@troubleshooter.com.
Okay.
Now, it says, according to Eric, it says you can depend on it until further notice.
Yeah, I mean, arguably, but if I was in the company's shoes, I'd say, well, the further notice was the fact that you got notice when we stopped providing the benefit. That was your notice.
Wait a minute. Are you kidding? They could say that's notice in fact, right?
Yeah, kind of.
Hold on a sec. Hold on. There's a guy that just called in who says he's got info, and that's Fred. Go ahead, Fred. What do you think, Fred?
Hi, Tom. As a user, I last used Lyft September 6th, and Lyft is charging me the 55-cent surcharge. So they're charging the passengers that surcharge. I couldn't say whether they stopped it. I don't recall.
No, okay. Well, that's good. So they were basically collecting for the drivers and paying the drivers. Do you know if it was exactly 55 cents, Fred?
Exactly, 55 cents.
All right, well, thank you. Thank you for that. Mark's got a comment. Mark's out and about. Mark, go ahead. I'm talking about Major Mark Major. Go ahead, Mark.
Hey, how many lifts did he do that week? How many rides?
Like, it would have come, I think, what did you say, Eric? It would have come to $10?
Okay.
Yeah, my total... Yeah,
hold on, Mark. Hold on, Mark. Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, for last week, and then for one ride I did yesterday, it's a total of $8.25.
Okay, it's not a big deal money-wise, but what were you going to say, Mark?
I'm going to say, what attorney in the world would get involved in this, unless if it was some form of class action against them? You're going after $20.
Well, and Mark, that's exactly right. I mean, this scenario. Let's assume there is a claim, and there might be, like I said, promissory estoppel is my shoot from the hip legal analysis situation. That may be it's an equitable doctrine. Promissory estoppel may provide a claim here. I'd have to look into it, but. Assuming, for the sake of argument, that there is a claim, I mean, it's a perfect scenario to show why class action lawsuits are really necessary. Because no lawyer's going to get involved in this, or no client is going to get involved in this for it's not worth the time and effort. But if you start adding this up nationwide, they're doing this across the nation, nickel and, that starts adding up over a period of time.
Hey, and Mark, that email that he read, it said you're going to get it till further notice. I mean, isn't notice just the fact they stopped?
Yeah, Mark, if you were listening, that's exactly what Mark said, Kranak. He said that could possibly be notice in fact.
Yeah. All right, I'll see you guys soon.
All right, thank you. All right, now, Mark Kranak, I get what you're saying. On an individual basis, this is ridiculous, but hey, it's not ridiculous when you add up all the drivers. Here's what I need to do. I need to we need to have somebody look into this. And Suze, would Deputy Dollar be the one we have do this on this surcharge and the fact that they didn't? I think so.
Sure.
Let's have
Tom, I just sent you an email.
All right, good. We'll look at your emails. And Mark Kranak, as always, we appreciate you for general law, bad faith, credit, slander, 303-999-3900. If your insurance company doesn't take care of you, got more coming up.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Mark Moss Show podcast.
Plenty to talk about on the roads and freeways as we get closer to that 11 o'clock hour. The big news up on the north end of town, I-25 southbound at 104th. We've got a bad crash with 3 lanes blocked. Cars are barely getting by in the center lane. We've got stop-and-go traffic back from 136th and nearly an hour of delays for drivers. South into downtown, I-25 southbound again before Spear Boulevard. Debris on the road with the right lane blocked. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies today. Still cool out there with an afternoon high of 69 degrees. Overnight low of 45. Tomorrow, mostly sunny skies again. The current temperature in Denver is 60 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
This is the most important situation in the world right now, as one of the largest central banks just went all in. I'm Mark Moss, helping you navigate the decentralized revolution. So listen to The Mark Moss Show on the iHeartRadio app, on Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is Financial Day. RP Center, Retirement Planning Center is coming up. One of the things they like talking about is utilizing the equity in your home or not. But with the affordable interest mortgage of the liquid loan, it might be something they recommend. TheLiquidLoan.com. It's a 30-year line of credit, simple interest only. You can borrow it up when you need it and pay it down when you don't. You can pay interest only if you want, if you're not going to stay there. Or you can pay principal anytime you want. It's a totally liquid loan. That's why it's called TheLiquidLoan.com. An affordable interest mortgage is making it affordable to you. Even with high interest rates, this loan, because it's simple interest, makes a lot of sense. And all the money you keep in the bank, the same bank, earns the same amount of interest. So it offsets your mortgage. 720-895-0500, theliquidloan.com. Another thing, O'Brien Legal Services. You know, you may need a real estate attorney for transactions, for deeds, for estate planning, whatever it is dealing with real estate. You know, O'Brien Legal Services can do it. If you're buying a place, he'll review your documents. If you're doing owner financing and you're the owner selling it and you're doing financing, or the other owner selling it and financing it for you, whatever, or you're buying property with a partner that's not your spouse, you want to have a partnership agreement, olslaw.com. That's O'Brien Legal Services. olslaw.com, 720-370-7388. Pain is something that can change your entire life. And getting out of pain makes it even better, right? Oh, come on. When you're out of pain, it's amazing. And that is what DenverRegen.com is dedicated to. Denver Regenerative Medicine. Now, I know them personally. They've been doing this 10 years, real stem cell therapy. And the message I want to give you right now is that they will do it, and they will absolutely do it for you in one setting. And you don't have to come back. And it's real, by the way. When I say real, it's real stem cell therapy. They take it from you and put it back where you need it. Now, here's the deal, okay? You can get a free consultation right now with a stem cell physician on the phone. Schedule it at 833-STEM-GEN, 833-STEM-GEN, or their website is denverregen.com.
Choosing a Medicare plan is a big decision, and with all the options out there, it would be nice to sit down and talk with someone who knows all about Medicare plans. Well, United Healthcare has Medicare plan experts right here in Colorado, ready to help answer all your Medicare questions. Call a United Healthcare Medicare plan expert today at 1-888-CALL-UHC or go to myuhcagent.com. Hurry, enrollment is open from October 15th to December 7th. The United Healthcare Medicare plan expert is a licensed sales agent producer.
The art of granite, and more. Right now, quartz is popular, and he has all of the latest colors. He is fabricating quartz daily. The material is wholesale to you. Even the tear out and haul away is free. And the bathroom is free when you have the kitchen done. You can get prices on the phone. Just give him a call. Give him some measurements, send him a photo, and you get a price. Don't miss out on his special deals. TheArtOfGranite.com. 303-386-5919. That's 386-5919.
Like bones, your teeth lose density and become weaker over time, which can lead to tooth decay. And that can make your visit to the dentist feel like this. But if you want your dental visit to feel like this, try Crest Densify. Crest Densify actively rebuilds tooth density to extend the life of teeth by remineralizing enamel. Densify from Crest, the #1 toothpaste brand in America. Smile, Crest has you covered.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic.
Must be a tech thing. But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
For peace of mind, ring the bell. Bell Plumbing and Heating.
You need a plumber? Turn to the company that's been providing home services for Denver area families since 1926. Bell Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical offers service that's quick, reliable, and friendly. That's the Bell way. Contact Bell, where now for a limited time you can get $50 off any plumbing service. Find more info at bellplumbing.com. That's bellplumbing.com.
For peace of
Even if you like the guy and you agree with his politics,
I almost see it in his eyes.
that he has dementia and that he can't comprehend.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK. WaterPros.net, the best water systems at the lowest prices. And I don't just say that, I mean it. WaterPros.net. You can do one under the sink, a triple filter reverse osmosis, runs off the power of the water. It's under $1,000 fully installed. WaterPros.net, all the drinking water you want. You'll pay for it just by not having
WaterPros.net. Hey, what's going on in your life? Let's talk. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. I know you have a follow-up there, Doc. What is it?
I have two good follow-ups. Mike Harmon, remember? He had a problem with lens crafters, and they wouldn't give him a refund.
Well, yeah, I gotta think
Oh,
about
yeah, I
Bring up
remember
his,
that.
How
file.
long? What's his first name?
Mike Harmon.
I just Mike is fine.
Yeah,
well, we don't need to use last names. Okay. So Mike, I'm trying to find it here. We got a lot of Mikes, but and I don't put down last names on this
It's
one.
with
but it's
lens
okay.
crafters.
It's okay. I want to know about it. Were they Oakley sunglasses?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. And the problem was he paid it on his debit card. They couldn't fulfill the order, yet they would not give his deposit back.
Correct.
Why is that?
Well, here's the deal. He had called them several times. I called them several times. I sent emails to the corporate headquarters. Yeah. Nothing happened. So I spoke to Mike the other day. I said, look, you're going to have to take him to small claims court. He served them. 20 minutes later, they got back to him. 30 minutes after that, he got his refund.
Now, how much was the refund?
I don't know. It was a couple $100.
Yeah, but why would they keep a deposit? That's what I don't understand.
I don't know. But the point is, once you threaten them, bring them to small claims court.
I love it.
They coughed up the money. And also, listen to this. So we had a kid who was just turned 18 make an appointment with Ideal Images. He put $1,400 down.
Yeah, because this is a guy that just turned 18 and wanted a facial, I guess,
well,
and some other stuff.
It's cool sculpting, basically.
Oh, cool sculpting for fat?
Right.
By the way, it doesn't work. And anyone who says it does work, if you want to sue me, I will gladly, you show your proof, and I'll go in. I'm saying it doesn't work. Keep going. What happened?
Anyway, they put the deposit down on the 23rd. He called them on the 26th to cancel the order. They wouldn't do it. And finally, he had an attorney just call up Ideal Images, and they are sending him his $1,400 refund.
Really?
So,
really? Now, why do you think that happened? What, were they going to keep it, and were we the deciding factor there?
I don't know. Whether
That's
we were
wonderful.
or not,
That's
the
wonderful.
important fact is that he got his $1,400 back.
Doc, that's great. So he got his money back. Okay, cool. I love it when a plan comes together.
So we have two good refunds that
Really
we were able
good.
to accomplish.
Eric, I don't think there's anything we do. What can we do with Lyft? What can we do? I don't know. You know what we need to do, Eric, is get a bunch of drivers together. That's what we have to do. I need to post something to get some Lyft drivers who care about this. What you care about is the notice. All they have to do is say, okay, now we're giving you notice, and then pay that gap, right? They certainly, they certainly don't have to keep it going, Eric.
Yeah, no, I understand that. But I mean, they said that they were doing it. I would have to go back and look, because I think in April when they started sending us, when they started this, I think they sent us a new terms of agreement that was updated, but I don't remember.
Yeah, but what did it say? Did it say that we can withdraw it without notice?
I don't. That's what I'm saying. Is I don't remember. I'd have to go back and dig and see if I could find the and find it.
All right. Then let's mark this pending right now, and I want you to get a hold of that, and call us back and send us that too. Any kind of updated terms and conditions. Meanwhile, I think we should give this also. We should give this to Deputy Dollar. And you know why, Suze? Simply to ask Lyft if they feel that they should have given notice. Or did they give notice? Okay, let's do that. 303-713-TALK. Now, we have Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies here today. They're the ones that look at retirement elements and come up with a retirement plan. There's a difference between elements and a plan. They also do overall general babysitting of your account for investments, either qualified or unqualified. The qualified has to be with a qualified trustee, but they can help supervise that and direct it. And then the unqualified money is a regular investment account. Guys, I want to ask you something. And I'm putting you on the spot. The stock market's been crazy. So what have your clients been seeing? I want to know what they've been seeing. Because I'll tell you what, right now where my money is, I have not suffered big losses. Well, you guys have been looking at that. Have I suffered big losses, guys? I mean, I've suffered some, right? Sure. Everybody has some. Is that mic on there? I need to make sure his mic is on, Shannon. We got right here in front of me. So some losses. I want to know what you guys are doing coming up on the regular investments. And then I want to take all of your calls at 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255.
Hi, Dan Cicchini. Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors, and even replacement windows and doors, you have our word, we'll treat you right at Done Right. Todd, do you have any idea how many times we've said that?
No, but I do know this, Dad. I was 9 years old when you and Mom started Done Right in our garage, and we continue to honor that promise. And I've got to ask, why have we seen so many competitors disappear in that time?
Well, buddy, like I've always told you kids, we're not talking rocket science here. Treat people how you want to be treated. Stuff like show up on time, do the best work you know how, stand by your work, give an exact quote up front and stick with it, and do what you promise.
You also say that if you do the right things long enough, good things happen. And that's certainly working out.
And it always does, Todd. So, may I say it one more time? Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors, and even replacement windows and doors, you have our word, we'll treat you right at Done Right. 303-722-2295, 800-362-8370, or drhi.com.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. It's Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter, mornings at 10. Streaming live on our free iHeart radio app and at khow.com.
ABC News, I'm Faith Abube. President Biden will be in Florida today to tour the devastation caused by Hurricane Ian. He'll get briefed by FEMA and state officials. ABC's Victor Okendo is in hard-hit Fort Myers.
People's belongings, their furniture, waterlogged and ruined, now stacked up in these huge piles lining the streets here. The residents who lived in this area, especially those on the first floor, they tell me they had about 5 feet of water and mud going right through their homes. Now, they're starting over.
The death toll in the state tops 100. SpaceX has just launched a manned rocket to the International Space Station. The 4-person crew includes Commander Nicole Mann. She'll become the first Native American to fly into space. The family of Helena Hutchins, the cinematographer killed on the movie set Rust, has reached a settlement in the wrongful death lawsuit against producers, including Alec Baldwin. A prop gun held by Baldwin fired and killed Hutchins. Her husband will now be the executive producer on the film, which will resume production in January. This is ABC News. 2 American scientists are among the recipients of this year's Nobel Prize in Chemistry.
Carolyn Bertozzi from Stanford and Kay Barry Sharpless, who's affiliated with Scripps Research in California, share the prize with Danish scientist Morten Meldal. The trio cited for their work in what's called click chemistry, which is useful in creating materials tailored to a specific purpose, like some cancer drugs. As the Nobel Committee member says, it's all about snapping molecules together once you know how. Tom Rivers, ABC News at the Foreign Desk.
Last night, New York Yankees' Aaron Judge hit his 62nd home run of the season against the Texas Rangers, breaking Roger Maris's American League record. Judge said he's honored to be alongside baseball legends.
Getting a chance to, have my name next to, someone as great as Roger Maris.
Got a lot of wires going on.
Sure
do.
I like it because it's durable.
Is it Jairus or Jairus? It's Jairus. Okay. I'm an R. So yeah, okay. I'll remember that. I'm sorry I was calling you Jairus.
It's okay, everybody does.
Oh.
At least you were close.
Is it a family name?
It's Gary, my father, and Janice, my mother. They did one of these hippie combined.
I love it. Oh my God.
Thought it was creative. And,
a little weird story you just made me think. I was actually, my mother named me one name, and when she was in the hospital, she went to my dad went to church and told everybody I was a totally different name that he wanted. So my mother, it disturbed my mother so much she still can't remember the day of my birthday. But he wanted me to be named after her, and she wanted a whole different name. Anyway, it's fine. It's okay.
Thanks a lot, Mom and Dad.
Yeah. All right, so let's do this. I'm going to move your wire here. Let's do that. Okay, so now you're here. On when you're talking.
Yep.
Off when you're not. Here's your volume, and I am so sorry, Jerry.
No worries.
Okay, and then Ken, you can just move into that chair when Mark gets here.
About $16 million set aside for pay raises, as well as $12 million for road projects and maintenance. October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, emphasizing the importance of regular screening. Dr. Laura Barkey with Sally Joe Breast Surgeries.
One in 8 women will be diagnosed with breast cancer during their lifetime. And in this year, we suspect about 340,000 women will be diagnosed in the United States.
Barkey says about age 30 women need to have a conversation with their doctor about their cancer risks, and by age 40 get a mammogram every year. Funding for the Great American Beer Festival, real estate Clever said that Denver is the 4th drunkest city in America. The study says Denver has more bars and breweries than most other cities, and that makes Denver more affordable than the average U.S. city. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic. This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
Several spots of drama throughout the Denver metro as we hit that 10 o'clock hour up on the north end of town. I-20 southbound at 104th. A crash that was previously blocking all lanes has been moved over to the right lane. Still heavy congestion in the area. We're seeing stop-and-go traffic back from 136. In about 24 minutes of delays for drivers. Down on the south end near downtown, I 25 southbound again before Boulevard, Greenville Road, blocking the right lane. Fox 31 pinpoint weather mostly sunny skies today, but still cool out there this afternoon with a high of 60 degrees. Overnight low of 45, mostly sunny again tomorrow. The current temperature in Denver is 60 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
You probably haven't heard the story of how going west changed Samuel Langhorne Clemens. And you may be interested to hear that that man, now known as Mark Twain. Be sure to catch this week's edition of Our American Stories, the IR Radio app and Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcast.
Are you thinking about selling your home? With Orchard, you can skip the typical headaches and hassles of listing a home and switch to getting an all-cash offer. It's simple. Once Orchard determines your home value, they make you a cash offer. Then, when Orchard sells your home for more than they paid you for it, you keep all the profit. If you're ready to maximize your gains in your old home and minimize the stress of selling, you need to try Orchard. Visit Orchard.com and see how you can get an all-cash offer today. Orchard, it's the new way to home.
Due to the unprecedented demand of Century Architects getting your grand opening sale, come visit their state-of-the-art sales and service facility designed to better serve their customers. They will continue their factory special offers and unheard of discounts on select products. You don't want to miss this sale. Century RV Sales Department is led by Disney Stacy from AAs to accommodate the increased demand, so they will be there when you need it. Century RV off the I-25 at exit 240, next to American Furniture Warehouse in Longmont, and at CenturyRV.com. One by one. They can't win on politics. This is absolutely ridiculous. Call after call. It terrifies me to think that a maniac might enter their soul. It's the voices.
Why do they only have one bank account?
We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help a common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome to the show. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Here to help you solve problems, answer questions, and take complaints this hour, brought to you by Garage Magic. Get your garage floors done, guaranteed for life. Or you can do your sidewalks, patios, pool decks, garagemagic.com on our referral list at referrallist.com. Now, let's talk. I want to go back to retirement planning in a minute. I wanted to talk about losses in the market that everyone seems to endure. But what do you do to hedge against it? Because Retirement Planning Center knows that you can lose in a couple of weeks and it takes months and years to get back. But Ken, you have an insurance question. Go ahead. What's your question?
Yes, Tom, one thing I don't understand is I thought when you had insurance and you had an accident, your insurance would cover you and then go after the other company to be reimbursed.
Sometimes they do. Sometimes they do. Yes, if it's a good subrogation or a good case.
Well, in the case of the guy whose vehicle got hit by a stolen vehicle, most likely, I don't understand why his insurance is holding him up in another state. He needs to get his money. It would seem that they would cover it and then go after the other company if there is one, and if there isn't any insurance, then his uninsured.
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. You're saying why? And for those listening, a guy had his car parked. It was hit and run, and they found the guy, and the guy supposedly had a stolen car. But the insurance company he has is saying, we're not going to pay uninsured or underinsured motorist coverage, property damage, until we verify there's no insurance, because that's when we kick in, when there's no insurance or underinsurance. And what Ken is saying is, why don't they pay anyway and then get reimbursed, do a subrogation if there is insurance? Here's why, Ken. Because unlike collision coverage, that is a coverage, period. Uninsured motorist property damage is only a coverage if there's no insurance or underinsurance. They have to determine that first. To pay it and then go and try to subrogate, well, technically, the other side could argue you can't subrogate because we had insurance all along, or some stupid notion. It will, see, it doesn't even kick in. It's not even a coverage until it qualifies. And to qualify, you have to have a no insurance or underinsurance situation. I know it sounds weird, but it's not even coverage until those things happen. So they have to determine if those things, if that's the state, and then they pay. Now, Marcia, what's going on with you, Marcia?
Hi. See, I sold my townhome a couple of weeks ago. It sold on the first weekend, full price cash offer. So then they had the inspection, and the inspector found what he called a sewer belly.
Wait. And they inspected it after they bought it?
No. No, the offer was made. So I'm currently under contract.
Oh, okay. That you said you sold it. Okay. You're
long-term amount.
No, that's okay. Your townhome is under contract.
Correct.
Got it. keep going, and they found a sewer belly. Now, is it the building or is it your townhome? Is it only your service line? Because sometimes in townhome developments, one building having 6 to 8 townhomes or 2 townhomes, whatever, they share a service line. What is the situation with you?
I think it is shared, but probably after where I joined them. But the HOA has said, yes, it would be their responsibility. But the buyer had another opinion, and then that one said, yes, there's a 5-foot sewer belly. And then my realtor had another opinion, and that one said, oh, there's a 10-foot sewer belly. And then the HOA president didn't buy it, so he said, let's get our own. So they got their own, who said, no, there's no problem with that sewer. So the HOA now refuses to fix it. They won't allow me to fix it, and my buyer is about to walk.
Now, hold on a second. This sewer belly is common. It's a shared sewer line. I can tell you that right now, if it's in a townhome, okay? Are you on the bottom floor?
We're side by side. It's not stacked.
They're side by side. So you have, how many are there side by side in that building, in your building? How many?
One on each side of me.
Okay, so there's 3 in the building, right?
Correct.
Have you talked to the other owner?
Yeah.
Have you talked to the other owners beside you?
It's the HOA president is one of them, and he's the one that they actually took a vote, an emergency email type vote.
They don't have to. If they've not had any problems, they don't have to fix it. They're not obligated to fix it so you can sell your townhome.
Even if 2 plumbers say that it has a problem.
Exactly. That's exactly right. And now listen. We're not talking about something that is not functioning. You see, there are about 60% or maybe 50 to 60% of all sewer lines right now have some kind of belly in them.
Oh, okay.
It's not as crazy as you think. You guys have never had a sewer backup. So, here's the deal. They're not obligated to fix it just to help you because you have a buyer who's persnickety. And did any one of them say you have a belly bad enough to cause a backup and then explain why? How old is your townhome?
Built in 79.
Now tell me why, if it was built in 79, after all these years, it hasn't had a problem in 44 years or 43 years. Why? That's a bit ridiculous, Marcia. So I would say to your buyer, take it or leave it. Because you've not had...
Then I'm going to have to disclose that to future buyers, right?
Well, you don't... Hold on. They should get an inspection. And if they ask about it, you can't lie about it if you had an inspection. But you can also include that in 44 years, there hasn't been one backup.
Okay.
I mean, it seems ridiculous to me that the buyer would care about a common element like that covered by the HOA. Because if there is a backup and if there is a problem, it will be covered. And I would simply get insurance for sewer backup and be done with it. Your buyer is stupid. If he's getting a good deal or she's getting a good deal, your buyer is stupid for not seeing it. And it's that simple. 303-713-8255. Gene, thank you for contacting us. This is proof that we call you back. What's going on, Gene?
Well, we're senior citizens, first of all. We had air conditioning problem last year.
Yeah.
And it's an older air conditioning, but we called the company that came out to repair it, Major Heating and Air. The technician who came, he did find the starter problem. And when he got it started, put the new part in, and it was working fine. Then he checked the Freon, and it's an older, and it takes R20. I'm not sure what all these terms
All right,
are, but
Gene, hold on, and we'll come right back to you, okay? Hang on. You are next. Let me help you.
Research shows listeners prefer a personalized experience. So to help you remember, Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance. We personalized this ad for Amber, who really misses boy bands from the 90s.
Hey girl, I'm the cute one, here to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I'm the heartthrob. The only thing I love more than you is saving. And I'm the other boy in the band everyone forgot about.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Approval reverse mortgage. Reverse loans are another tool in your retirement tool bag. And Approval Reverse is someone we trust to give you the truth about reverse loans. They're really good in some situations and can help you save your home or get an emergency line of credit. You can trust Mary Jane, who works with Joan Sullivan. They're great people. 303-771-3528. And I'll tell you some other great people. SheridanAutotech.com with everything you want in auto repairs. If you listen to me, you're not going to get ripped off. I love doing commercials for people that I love. Sheridan Autotech, my Uncle Kevin. 303-455-7242. Heavy and light maintenance, repairs, and electrical issues. Honesty, integrity, convenience, and value in Lakewood and in Aurora. 303-455-7242, SheridanAutotech.com. What are annuities, and can they really generate income for life? Yes, if you get a good one. And here's the deal. You can find out more at mymoneymyway.com. Talk to Joe and Jordan. Certified financial planner Joe will tell you about annuities that give bonuses and where you can have immediate income if you have to roll over a qualified plan. Call for more information, 303-779-6600.
Do you have a car taking up space in your garage? Not enough cash taking up space in your wallet? It's time to sell your car to the sharpest rides. With every vehicle sold, we will make a donation to St. Jude's.
I picture her with a marijuana head. There's one other thing in my 48 years in broadcasting, one other thing, or 49 years. I cannot remember the difference between joint tenants and tenants in common. And I've had it on the show hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times, and I still don't have a commitment. There's an association problem I have. One is you each have a divided half. The other one is where you both own all of it. There's an undivided interest. So it's like you and Mark own your house. You don't, if you die, half of it doesn't go to your estate. It goes to Mark. So you both own it together. I don't know what that's called. I think it's joint tenants. I think. Like two partners. Like when me and Mark.
I think that's two.
Yeah, that's a duplex. So that each one owns it themselves. But I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about one home and two owners, like a husband and wife. That's called something. And then if you have a partnership and you're renting it out, that's called something else. You guys know?
I think it's tenants in common, which is two owners
that own separate.
Yeah.
Tenants in common. Okay.
Most spouses have
but joint tenancy is where we both own all of it.
Yep.
Okay. I have had a problem for so many years with that. I've also had a problem with a word that I can't pronounce. What the hell is it? It is. Oh, what the? I avoid it, so I can't think of it now. In TV, there were always words I wanted to avoid when I was on the set because I knew they were troublesome for me. So I would avoid them. And it worked well for me, avoiding stuff.
Yeah.
Rather than try to work through it. I think it was conscience and conscious
conscience. Maybe not conscious because it doesn't seem a problem. A conscious conscience.
There's nothing every day about every day. Open positions are now available across organizations for top talent seeking to develop transformational technology and boost the Visit RTX.com.
Ken, can you move somewhere because Mark's coming?
Is he here?
Where should he move, over here?
Yeah.
How is he going to talk? Okay. Hey, can we test that input? Oh, we got. It doesn't matter because we can swing the mic.
I can hear that.
We can swing the mic.
Yeah.
Oh, I love this guy. Is that Lee Iacocca? No, Panetta. No.
It's Panetta.
He looks just like Lee Iacocca. Hi, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter.
Water Pros does whole house systems as well for under $2,000 fully installed for softening, better plumbing, better skin, better all-around laundry, less detergent. And by the way, don't ever get these ones with magnets that say they're softening your water. They're not. For thousands and thousands of dollars, starting at about $8,000, you can do a whole house with waterpros.net for under $2,000 for Martino listeners. Waterpros.net. Now, Gene has a little problem here I want to go to. Don't forget, Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies, we have some important stuff to talk about, and I really don't want you to miss out. We're going to talk about creating income. We're going to talk about current investments, qualified money and unqualified money, and then we're going to talk about how to make choices on annuities. But I also want to know this. What client do they take? Do they take small clients that turn into big clients? So hold on for that, please. I will get to it. I want to help Gene out. Gene, okay, I want to get this straight. So you had people over, right? And you had people over to fix your HVAC. What was wrong? What went wrong?
Well, it was working when they came. It just wasn't putting cold air out.
Right. And they said it needed, did they say it needed a refrigerant?
Well, after he put a new part on, he checked and said, you're low on, Freon. And
what company was this?
Called Major Heating and Air.
Major Heating and Air. Okay.
And so the technician put it on. Then he came and he said he has R22 they don't make it anymore. It's environmentally unsafe or hazardous.
Right.
But he said we have that, and he put it in, and then after they left, it wouldn't start. It wouldn't start. They sent a technician out a couple of days and said he can't do anything. But when we had to check, he put the wrong Freon in, which destroyed the air conditioner.
Okay, what was the wrong Freon or the wrong refrigerant he put in?
Well, he said he put R22 in, and when we brought this up to the owner of the company, he said, "Oh, well, we don't carry R22 anymore because it's they don't even make it, and you're not supposed to use it anymore."
Okay, but what I'd like to know, and Suze, maybe we can get our HVAC people on. Maybe we can get Bob over at Plumline or one of his experts, or we can get Fix It or whatever. Let's get whoever we can on, or 888.
Well,
hold on.
Yeah, okay.
I want to find out, did you actually have someone sample the refrigerant to see that it was wrong?
No. Well, my wife's the one about it, and she's not available. I wasn't aware we would have a call today.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Notwithstanding that, we've had other HACV people come out.
That's what I'm talking about. And who else came out to look at it?
I don't have that.
Okay,
handy,
so another company looked at it. One other or two other?
Oh, two or three others looked at it.
Wait, you actually had two or three other companies look at it?
Yes.
And what did they say?
They said the refrigerant they put in there was what damaged the air conditioner, and right now you just have to replace it. It can't be fixed. What they did. Also, it did something in the furnace. The coils in the furnace, the furnace doesn't work well now.
Okay,
either.
now hold on. How old is this unit, Gene?
Oh, this unit was, forgot what, it's an old unit.
Well, give me an idea of how old.
It's probably, I forgot, at least 20 plus years or more.
Okay, Gene, I'm going to tell you something, okay? You may or may not like it, but and we can proceed to help you if you want our help. But here's the way I look at it. If they destroyed a 20-plus year unit and they put a part in it first, how much did they charge you for that part?
The part was, I think we got a bill for $750. They said, well, they waived the not paying that.
Okay, hold on. So you were not charged that $750?
Well, no, they gave us a bill, and I held back and said, look, you got to fix this because I'm not paying this.
I get it. Did they waive the bill? That's all I need to know.
Yes. No,
okay.
No, yes.
So right now, you haven't paid them anything, and
That's correct.
And they destroyed a 20-plus year unit. Here's what I think. I think they owe you very little. If you need a new unit, what you have to predict is, what did they destroy? What was it worth? I don't think it was worth hardly anything. If it's 20 plus years old and it wasn't spitting out hot air, if you would have gotten another 4 or 5 years out of it, then they took maybe 10% of your life, 20%. I don't know. What I'm getting at is, you probably needed a new system anyway, Gene. But I think Major Heating and Air, by not charging you, did the right thing and maybe should kick in some money or give you a super deal on a replacement. That is what I truly believe. You don't expect, let me just ask you, I want you to reason this out. If someone destroyed something that's 20 years plus older, 25 years, 24 years old, and it was having trouble to begin with, you don't believe they owe you 100% of a replacement, right?
Well, yeah, that's probably a true statement, yes.
No, I'm asking you, do you believe they owe you 100% of the new system?
Well, I think we believe that they should have done something. And
no, that's what I'm asking. What do you think they owe you? They waived the bill. What do they owe you something probably? If they destroyed it, it was on its deathbed and they destroyed it. What do they owe you? Do you expect? Here's what I'm asking: do you expect that company to buy you a brand new system?
Well, I expect them to be honorable and at least do it for maybe not the full value.
I totally agree with you that they need to do something for you, and that's what I'm going to have fight for. Deputy Doc, you understand this case.
Yeah.
I think that they destroyed something. They put in the wrong refrigerant, but it was 24 years old.
But if it needed that refrigerant...
No, it was the wrong refrigerant.
I understand that, but it did need refrigerant.
Right.
And you can't get or sell that refrigerant anymore.
So if you can't get or sell that refrigerant anymore, then there's a problem.
It also ruined his furnace.
Well,
I want to hold on a sec. Just hold on. I want to bring up George Donaldson, the owner of Fix It 24/7. George, this is not about Fix It. I just need you as an expert. They had a company go out on a 20-plus-year-old HVAC system, could be like 23, 24 years old, and it wasn't spitting cold air. They said it needs a part, and then it needs refrigerant. They put the wrong refrigerant in because they no longer carry Freon. Now, first I want to ask you a question. By the way, is Freon still available for people with old systems? I just need to know that first before we go on. Is it available?
Yeah, you can find it. It is expensive, so it is tough. It is. I mean, I don't know how you put the wrong refrigerant in though.
Well, they did. They did. And by the way, they acknowledge they waived the bill for the other part and all of that. So in other words, he's out no money right now, but his 23 or 24-year-old system is done. And they say it needs to be replaced. My question to you is, what kind of system is it, Gene? Do you know?
No, I don't know offhand.
What do you think that company would owe them if they put the wrong refrigerant in and it ruined a 23 or 24-year-old system?
Yeah,
we can't say...
You know what?
What?
If that was us, we would give them a new system at cost.
Okay.
I mean,
okay.
He was going to need a new system. So,
right.
I mean, but if they did that, that's their fault. So they have to figure it out.
Right. They owe him something.
If he wants to push it, they should give him, even if it's a base system, that they give him for free.
Or something at cost.
Put the wrong refrigerant in. I mean, they sent somebody who really doesn't know what they're doing.
Let me ask you something. I want to ask you another something, George. If they did put the wrong stuff in, will that kill a system?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I've actually never heard of that happening. That's pretty tough to do. Like,
why is it tough to do?
Know.
If they only carry that new R stuff,
any technician should know what. If it's R22 or 410As. I mean, that's pretty basic. If you're putting something
like gasoline and diesel.
Well, let me ask you something, George. I want to ask you something, George. If they did find the right Freon and had to recharge that system and maybe plug a leak or two, what would that cost? I mean, just that part. If they did, how much is Freon?
I don't know what the part is. So I mean,
Gene,
if that's an old system and that's R22, it would have been pricey. It would have been.
Not R22. It's an old system. It's Freon.
No, it's R22.
Oh wait, a 22-year-old system is R22.
Correct, and after that, so what I'm guessing they had.
Well, when was Freon phased out? When was Freon phased out?
They're all Freon.
I mean, R22 is Freon.
Oh, it is. I'm sorry. I didn't know that.
It's just the type.
Okay, I got it. I didn't know that.
If this system was 23 years old and had repairs and had to put... This is the thing. They're closed systems. So if it was... I mean, look, I'm just going to say, I haven't seen the system. I don't know. But if this technician says that it was low, my guess is it probably wasn't if he put the wrong... I mean, if you don't know which one it is, I don't know how he's actually checking. So if it was low, that means it leaked somewhere. It's a closed system. It doesn't just, if you need Freon and truly need it, then it leaked.
Okay.
And if it leaked, then there's a leak somewhere, and you got to find the leak. Otherwise, it's going to keep leaking.
Hey, George, is there
I'm
conversion
guessing
kits for those?
Low.
Is there conversion kits for those like there were automobiles?
No, if they have R22,
see, I think, Gene, I think this company, they may have not done it perfectly, but I'll bet you that 9 out of 10 companies would have told you just to replace the system. And they tried to fix it. It did not work, and they did not collect any money from you. I don't think they owe you a lot. That's the truth. And I don't even know who the company is. I really don't. But I don't think they owe you much.
I don't, Tom. I mean, look, I would say if that was our company, it's our job to diagnose it right and give you there's always an option to fix it. And you should have that option. It is the best thing to do to replace it, no doubt. You should replace it. It is, from a cost standpoint, for sure should replace it. However, you should have all options. And you shouldn't be just stuck with having to
but George, what happens, guys, if the compressor or a major component was the issue?
That's what I'm saying, George. No matter what, I mean, I'm not arguing that they shouldn't do something, but they certainly don't owe him for a new system. If that was you doing it, I would say, George, you don't owe them a new system. You should just give them a super deal or something, or give them a discount to make up for what you did. And then people would say, well, you're just saying that because it's, fix it. And no, I'm not. I don't even know this company. It's Major Heating and Air. Never heard of them before. But I don't think, now they did something stupid, okay, but I don't think they owe you for destroying a 24-year-old system. I don't think they owe you a lot is what I'm saying. And by the way, look, here's the deal. we're going to call them and see what they'll do for you. But you heard George. He said they should give you a super deal or one at cost.
They should at least do it at cost. We would actually do it at our cost and do it for free if we actually ruined your system. But
Okay.
They should at least do it at their cost.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, George. Fix It 24/7, by the way. They're fixmyhome.com, 720-526-3939.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station. Available everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
Lots to talk about on the roads and freeways for the 11 o'clock hour, starting into downtown I-25 southbound before the exit to Spear Boulevard. Looks like we've got a right lane blocked due to debris on the road. Stop-and-go traffic back from 58th Avenue and about 6 minutes of delays for drivers. Heading east and leaving the airport, Pena Boulevard southbound, heavy congestion due to construction work between E470 and 56th. Over on the west end of town, Federal Boulevard at 64th. Looks like we've got traffic lights out. Treat as a four-way stop. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies today with a high of 69 in the afternoon, overnight low of 45. The current temperature in Denver is 61. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Star Wars revolutionized the way that special effects are done in movies, but it also created movie merchandising as we know it today. Be sure to catch this week's edition of Our American Stories on the iHeartRadio app, on Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
When you clean carpet, you can clean it with soap and chemicals like a lot of companies do, or you can clean it with nothing. Zero Res uses just empowered water, and I say just. It is a major deal. You know what? That is a super soft kind of water. I'm not going to try to analyze it. It's patented. But here's what I will tell you. It frickin' cleans. Crazy clean. You'll notice it. Pet stains. All kinds of stains. Even tile and grout cleaning, by the way, mattress cleaning, soft upholstery is great. Drapes, you know why? Because it does no harm. Nothing but water, and it's empowered water. Trust me when I tell you it cleans. And it stays clean longer because of no residue. ZeroResDenver.com, $119, 3-room areas, ZeroResDenver.com. God, I got to schedule them for my house. I keep saying it, and I really do. 303-471-5150. 303-471-5150. The Liquid Loan. I recommend it to everyone. Seriously. The Liquid Loan. It's a 30-year line of credit. You pay only interest if you want. Keep your payment low. And you'll even pay less interest than some lower interest loans. If that doesn't make sense, let me explain. If you're only going to be at your home for a few years, you pay interest only. You paid less than you would on a conventional loan. And then you can sell your house and move on. Now, if you want to stay there, you can plop down money on the principal anytime you want. And every time you do, your interest gets lower because it's simple interest. Your payment doesn't stay the same unless you want it to. This is the most remarkable loan you'll ever see. In fact, let's just say you have 25 grand in the bank, 10 grand, 5 grand, whatever it is. And rates are at 6%, let's say. That money in the bank will earn 6%. It'll match what you have on the mortgage to offset it. Find out more. It's really incredible. TheLiquidLoan.com. That's what it is. Affordable interest mortgage at The Liquid, and it's TheLiquidLoan.com, 720-895-0500.
Hi, Dan Cicchini. Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors, and even replacement windows and doors, you have our word, we'll treat you right at Done Right. Todd, do you have any idea how many times we've said that?
No, but I do know this, Dad. I was 9 years old when you and Mom started Done Right in our garage, and we continue to honor that promise. And I've got to ask, why have we seen so many competitors disappear in that time?
Well, buddy, like I've always told you kids, we're not talking rocket science here. Treat people how you want to be treated. Stuff like show up on time, do the best work you know how, stand by your work, give an exact quote up front and stick with it, and do what you promise.
You also say that if you do the right things long enough, good things happen, and that's certainly working out.
And it always does, Todd. So, may I say it one more time? Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors, and even replacement windows and doors, you have our word, we'll treat you right at Done Right. 303-722-2295, 800-362-8370, or drhi.com.
Michael Brown here for Integrity Health Advisors. It's that time of year when you see all the commercials claiming to offer you all sorts of things if you'll call them about your Medicare when annual enrollment starts on October 1. Well, don't wait for your notice. Call now, especially if you want to make changes or you haven't reviewed your plan in years. Find out what plans might best suit your needs from a local agency that actually cares about you. Call Integrity Health Advisors today. 720-288-0863. That's 720-288-0863.
Do you feel like your feet are stepping on broken glass? Sharp pain or tingling in the feet or hands are symptoms of peripheral neuropathy. Are you taking drugs like Lyrica or gabapentin, but they never seem to fix your neuropathy? Are you worried about their side effects? There's a better way. Front Range Medical Center can help. Peripheral neuropathy is a result of damage to the nerves causing burning, weakness, pain, numbness, tingling, and debilitating balance problems. Front Range Medical Center can relieve you from neuropathy with no injections and no drugs, using the newest, most advanced treatment. You can start feeling relief in only a few sessions. Call Dr. Dean Anderson, D.C. at Front Range Medical now for a consultation and exam to see if your neuropathy can be treated. He'll provide a painless neuropathy severity exam, normally $200 for just $27. Take action before your neuropathy gets worse. Call Dr. Dean Anderson, D.C. at Front Range Medical at 720-823-0784. That's 720-823-0784. Choosing a Medicare plan is a big decision, and with all the options out there, it would be nice to sit down and talk with someone who knows all about Medicare plans. Well, United Healthcare has Medicare plan experts right here in Colorado, ready to help answer all your Medicare questions. Call a United Healthcare Medicare plan expert today at 1-888-CALL-UHC or go to myuhcagent.com. Hurry, enrollment is open from October 15th to December 7th. The United Healthcare Medicare Plan expert is a licensed sales agent producer.
630 KHAL, an iHeart radio station.
Hi, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com will give you a market analysis of your home, what it will sell for in this market with these interest rates, with inflation, with supply and demand, and he bases it on 28 years of experience, but specifically this market. And it's totally complimentary, and he's not going to try to talk you into listing, but he'll give you the honest-to-God evaluation based on facts and figures, not gimmicks. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622. Now, John, you have a question about roofing. Go ahead, John. John, are you there? Okay, I think that's a deadline. You can try it, though. He wanted to know what's wrong with door-knocking roofers. I can't hear you, Suze.
He was in Florida visiting.
Yeah.
And he lives here in Colorado and listens to the show. And I guess he's out there visiting his mom or a friend, and there's some door-knocking roofers down there. He just couldn't remember the reasons why they shouldn't go with a door-knocking roofer.
I'm going to tell you, this is a good topic. There is a universe for each problem. For example, there's a universe for... Is he on right now?
He's there.
There's a universe of problems. And, John... What I mean by this is, if I took all roofing problems, the universe of all roofing problems, I will tell you the universe of all of them from my 40 years in Denver plus outside of that. Every single roofing problem, if I took them all in a big bucket, 98% of them originated with a knock on the door. That does not mean that every single person who knocks on your door is bad. What it means is the chances of you getting ripped off are much higher. That's all it means. And in fact, if you take transactions in general, when someone solicits you, whether it's a knock on the door, a phone call, an email, whatever it is, a free dinner, I don't care what it is. When someone solicits you, as opposed to you making the decision to buy something, I'm not talking about regular advertising. I'm talking about direct solicitation. If someone solicits you and talks you into buying something, as opposed for you saying, you know what, I think I need a new driveway blacktop, or I need some new sod, or I need a sprinkler system. When you get solicited, if you take the universe of solicitations, 98% will be ripoffs. So, if you take the universe of people who go out and shop, you're only going to get about 30% ripoffs. So there's a big difference in the universe of people that knock on doors and solicit. It doesn't mean they're all bad. There are some great roofers that knock on doors. Here's how you tell a bad knocker. Okay, here's how you tell. First and foremost, if it's a new company or they come from another state for the storm. Never, ever, ever, ever do business with an out-of-state company who came here for a storm. Never. Okay, just never. If you take that universe, 99.9% are ripoffs. Now, let's talk about out-of-state. Forget it. Now, if they have a company, make sure they were the owners, because some of them buy the name just to have the name, and they're new in town. So how long have they owned the company? How long have they been here? I'm not saying all new roofers are bad, but again, if you take the universe of roofers, you're going to find about 85% that have ripoffs are new roofers. The other one, or they bought the name. The other one is this, okay? Never, ever, ever, ever sign a contract for them to look on your roof. They tell you it's authorization to look at your roof. You do not have to sign anything for someone to inspect your roof. That is an immediate lie. So if anyone tries to get you to sign something, send them on their way, because they're lying to you. The second thing, you go ahead.
So they're asking to sign just basically to say that if the insurance will cover it, then you have to use us, is what they're saying. And then
which is the most stupid thing you could do. Because first of all, they're saying if insurance covers it, you have to use us. But you don't, listen to this, but if the insurance won't cover it, you don't have to pay a dime. That sounds like a great deal, doesn't it? No, it's not. And I'll tell you why. Because they want the insurance to cover it. So how are they going to get insurance to cover it? If you're a bad roofer to begin with, not a good roofer, but a bad roofer, how do you get them to cover it? Here's how. You go with they'll meet with your insurance. They probably told you that. Oh, we'll meet with your adjuster too. Okay, good. Now they're going to make a deal, because no adjuster is going to look at your damage in full and give you a full check. They're going to say, let me see, what do you think? They're going to make a deal with the roofer, and you will never know what the deal is. When the roofer says, I'll do whatever the insurance company covers, send them on their way, because that is the worst roofer you can have. You want a roofer who gives you a full and complete contract with, estimate with measurements and materials on what you need, not on what the insurance covers, because that's the only way you know what your insurance is doing to you. If you have the roofer and the adjuster meet together, a bad roofer will side with the insurance company every single time, and you will not get a full and complete job. Now, my main question is this. You're visiting here from out of state, and there are a lot of door knockers. Did the person you're visiting make the mistake of signing that contract?
No. Luckily, I was here, so he was about ready to, because he sounded good, but no, we did not.
Where are you located?
We're in Venice, Florida.
Okay, right now in Venice, okay. So, and here's some good news. Okay, there are a lot of good roofers there, but don't take somebody. I mean, this is especially with all the damage. There are going to be so many ripoffs down there. I mean,
they're everywhere. We've had like 4 door knocks. I've only been here since late yesterday.
What you need to do is establish who are great roofers that have been around a long time, and you make the phone call to them. But even when you call them and you find a good roofer, do not sign anything until they present you with a contract. You don't sign saying we'll use you if. You say, I want to see what you will do for me first. It's absolutely horrendous.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Audible.
Plenty to talk about on the Denver roads and freeways before we hit that noon hour into downtown.
You know, I have Juan's paperwork. We can get it back on any time too when we can work them in. I got to get these retirement planning center on there. I got a lot of questions. I got some texted. What's that? 6 p.m.
This fall, find everything you love listening to on Audible. From memoirs and true crime to celebrities and sci-fi. Audible is the home of storytelling, audiobooks, podcasts, and originals. Sign up for a free 30-day trial at audible.com.
You know, we talked about good roofers. Genesis is one of them. In fact, they do all of your exterior.
If you had a storm damage, they can do everything from the roof, the eaves, which are the soffits and fascia, the siding, including stucco or any other kind of siding, windows and doors, decks, painting, repairs, whatever you need. And they'll do it honestly, and they won't force you to sign something before you even see a damn contract. Genesis Total Exteriors.com, someone I've known and trusted for more than 30 years. He's not that old. And that's Genesis, 303-679-8509. Somebody else I know and I trust, Sheridan Auto Tech, Uncle Kevin. He treats everyone like family. That's why I jokingly call him Uncle. And by the way, you can do major repairs, minor repairs, maintenance. You can do electrical problems. 2 locations, Lakewood and Aurora, for your convenience. And they also have honesty, integrity, knowledge, everything that you need. SheridanAutotech.com, 303-455-7242.
Located 40 miles west of Denver in Black Hawk, Colorado, you'll find Monarch Casino Resort Spa, your football headquarters thanks to their luxurious sportsbook lounge. Feel like you're in the game with a giant 22-foot feature display flanked by every game playing on 20 different TVs. Get expert advice from their in-house team. Best of all, you'll enjoy your favorite beverages and bar menu right from the comfort of your lounge seat. And every bet earns Monarch rewards. Learn more about our sportsbook lounge at monarchblackhawk.com.
Attention homeowners age 62 or older. Our rising costs and the uncertainty of inflation
You can talk
affecting your
these
peace of
two
mind.
into hanging on till after. I'll take them. Man, Democrats are making an abortion. Everything is abortion.
Yep.
What's all they have?
What's going to lose?
Huh?
You are by 30 million times.
And Trump supporter. If you're the abortion
Doesn't matter. They're sweeping the House, and they're probably going to win the Senate. So the bet's out there for you anytime you want to take it.
He's bold. But I say, here's the thing. I don't want to bet against it. I don't want to bet against it.
There's no doubt about it. Just look at where all their polling shows that they're winning. The Democrats are the same polling places where they showed Hillary winning by 20 points. It's just bullshit. They try to make it. I think what their game is, they try to make it sound like there's no reason for Republicans to show up.
You're absolutely right. The bandwagon.
It's just a a game.
The polls always tighten up as the election gets there. You know,
Or they don't, like in Trump's winning.
Mm-hmm.
But truly, they had her by 10% in some of the Gallup polls. Think about that.
Mark, I remember election night, we were texting each other. It was so funny.
That was a long night.
The second time was ridiculous. So, that Hunter Biden business partner put it in perspective, what I've been saying forever. There was 3 different states that were so close. You're talking like 20,000 votes. If that Hunter Biden shit came out and wasn't suppressed and the actual news picked it up, Trump would still be president. You can call that stealing the election.
I agree
you
with
can
that,
call
Mark.
it whatever
Mark,
you want,
I
but
agree
it's
with
fucked
that.
up. The FBI directly got involved with the election.
I know. And they told Facebook it was Russian.
misinformation. The FBI changed the outcome of a fucking election, most likely.
Yeah, and then when
And if that's not stealing a fucking election, I don't know what is.
it's scary that happened. And
It's going to be like, all this shit too, when the House and Senate are back in proper control, and they try to go after Hunter and shit. All the electronics are going to be wiped out. It's going to be just like Clinton shit.
Did you ever see the interview that Tucker did with Biden's partner?
Yeah, that was awesome.
Holy shit! He's got facts. He's got everything. He said,
Everything.
"I dare you to say this is not true." We were funneling money to Biden, to the president. He was accepting fucking bribes, and no one will investigate it. Not one part of the media will investigate that. Why is that?
Because they hate Republicans. I don't even go Trump anymore. They hate Republicans. Oh, you know who's out here helping our helping the campaign for the Republican governor? O'Shea or whatever his name is.
It's not a governor.
Hey, Shannon, is
It's
this
for
live?
senators.
George Bush.
Really?
Junior, of course.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4.
You know how often he does that? I mean, I think it's happened 2 or 3 times. It's very, very unique.
Hi, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK. Let me go to Steve real quick. Steve. Steve Moss.
Rockandroll.beer. Rockandroll.beer. Tell us about the last race of the season, sir.
Hey, Tom, how you doing?
Good,
you guys ready to drink some beer this Saturday?
Well, Mark is. Go ahead.
Hey, we got a Colorado National Speedway again. This is the biggest race of the year, the last race, really, other than an Enduro they have coming up. 9 divisions racing. We're going to get there early. We'll be probably set up by 3 at 3:15. They have trick-or-treating in the middle of the track with all the race car drivers. So they have candy on their hoods, contests, costume contests, all that stuff. Visit our booth where we'll be selling beer and T-shirts. I'm going to have a zombie jam contest. The best zombie costume gets a free T-shirt. And we're going to have probably 11 different beers you can try out. They sell our beer at the track as well as at our tent. It's just going to be a ball. It's going to be a.
And where do they find? Okay, so it's Saturday. This Saturday, right?
This Saturday, and starting at, if you're going to have your kids trick or treat, you want to get there early. They're doing it at 3:15. They're going to do that.
Colorado National Speedway, I-25, and what?
It's exit 232. Off a little bit north of
Bigger
Denver.
is not always better. With car accidents, I don't want a giant firm where I'm just a number. That's why I use John Fuller as my accident lawyer on my radio show. I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino, and I know you don't want to be just a number.
Like, not now, but tomorrow or the next day.
The least damaging medical profession is chiropractors.
Come on.
Damaging?
The least damaging medical profession is chiropractors based on evidence and statistics.
Oh, yeah, they don't do anything invasive.
Is that Smarty?
Who's on
Yeah.
the other end of the list?
Smarty's
Yeah. I don't know if that's true or not. Is it massage?
She's pretty thorough.
How about, what is that called when you, not a sports massage, but yeah, like a physical therapist maybe?
Occupational therapy. So I want to know what the most damaging is.
Yeah, right.
That's curious. Actually, that's very curious.
How about just plastic surgery? Look it up.
Illegal plastic surgery.
Well, yeah. How would you look it up? The most dangerous medical procedures?
How are we doing now, Shannon?
Open heart surgery.
One of the most failures.
Liver transplants, brain surgeries.
These are the failures, Mark?
Each of the top 5 most inherently dangerous surgeries.
Oh, yeah.
Open heart, liver transplant, brain surgery, cancer removal,
Yeah.
intestinal transplant,
Yeah,
and medical advancements, whatever that means.
probably that means trials.
Most serious surgeries. These seven take the biggest toll. Abdominal exploration, appendix removal.
Take the biggest toll?
That's what it says.
I can't believe an appendectomy is on that list.
It's under costly, deadly, complicated.
Huh.
Appendix removal, removal of scar tissue from the abdomen, stomach ulcer surgery, gallbladder removal.
No way. Gallbladder
Removal of parts of the small intestines.
Gallbladder removal was a laparoscopic. It's such a simple procedure.
But maybe they're just saying it's the most complications afterwards.
I find that hard to believe.
I don't know.
If you came across a woman having a baby and she couldn't get to the hospital and she needed help, would you remember how to do it?
Are you kidding?
No, so you
I could do it blindfold with one hand behind my back. After several thousand of them.
Hey, with the breach, Suzanne and I were talking about this because one of the shows we watch.
Yeah. Which show was it?
It's the Dragon show from Game of Thrones.
Okay.
So twice now there's been babies that they're having. Remember, this is in the whatever. So we assume they're breached. They don't come out, and generally both end up dying. Remember, this is back in whatever. So Suzanne was saying that sometimes they can massage it. Like, is that, no, but is that even a possibility? Okay. Or do you go straight to a fucking C-section?
No. What we usually do nowadays, at 36 weeks, you give them some medication to relax them, and then you literally try and turn the baby from the outside. And the reason you do it at 36 weeks is because occasionally the water will break or there'll be fetal distress. So you usually do it in the operating room.
So you can take it if you need to.
So if there's some fetal distress.
But it doesn't move back.
Well, not if you get it in the right position.
Okay. Now, and then, hold on, one other question on a breach. So back before anybody knew shit. Well, no, but couldn't you, for lack of a better words, go up and grab the feet together?
Yeah, but the baby would die.
The baby would die?
Why?
Well, because you would probably tear the umbilical cord if you know what you were doing.
You need a C-section with that?
Yeah, but back then, I mean, we're talking.
Well, I mean,
times.
it depends on if you know the baby's breech. Nowadays, you do a C-section. But if the baby's partially breached, depends on the stage of it and how much the woman's dilated, how much the baby's protruding, and there are different kinds of breaches. It could be the butt coming out, it could be a foot coming out, it could be an arm coming out.
What's the worst?
The worst is when they have an arm coming out. If it's a transverse.
Oh shit! Imagine that.
Then you got to do a C-section ASAP. I mean, we could get the baby out literally once the woman's asleep. The baby's out in less than 2 minutes.
Well, all these abortion arguments are like, even if the mother's endangered, what nowadays would cause a mother to die during birth?
During birth? Very little.
Okay.
You can have an abruption, which is when the placenta separates from the uterus.
Yeah, but they act like they might die if they have the baby, not actually during birth. No. I'm just talking about the commercials here.
You can have a pulmonary embolism where some amniotic fluid gets into the circulation.
Yeah, but isn't all that just happens, right?
Like
you can't tell it's going to happen?
No.
Do you know what I'm saying about these commercials? Do you guys follow me? The abortion commercials say, so-and-so doesn't care even if it's rape or incest or the mother's life.
There's very few.
And I'm going, what would the mother's life be these days?
Very few.
Very few, but here's the other thing.
But name one thing a mother's life would be.
No, but here's the truth. The real truth is, they want unfettered abortions up to the day of birth.
Yeah, I know.
Doc, that's what. Ask AOC.
No.
They should be up till the age of 22.
Tom, it's outlined. There are certain people who believe that as soon as the egg is fertilized.
I know that, but I'll guarantee you that most of them believe you should have the right to an abortion up to the day.
No, you're wrong.
Okay.
That's less than 1%.
Okay.
Oh, it's way less than 1%.
Yes.
I don't think so. believes that you can give birth and have a wood chipper there. There are a lot of
I don't believe there's many people like that.
Oh yeah, okay.
It's not a human, man.
There are so few people that believe that, Tom.
And why would a woman just go through that whole way? Okay. Just to prove a point?
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK is our number.
8255. This hour brought to you by Genesis Total Exteriors. They do solar too. GenesisSolarCO.com. There's so few companies that do solar. And by the way, they will service what they sell, and they guarantee components for 25 years. GenesisSolarCO.com. All right, so Linda has a refrigerator problem. Then we're going to talk some retirement stuff. And by the way, when I talk retirement stuff, really the people who should be listening are 35 and up, in my opinion. Linda, what's happening?
Well, I happened to call, and you happened to be talking with the other gentleman about a refrigerator, coincidentally.
Yeah. Yes. What can we do for you?
I have a little different issue with mine. I have an LG refrigerator that is 5 years old. We bought it in 2017, and it has already failed.
Wait, why did it fail?
The compressor went out 2 years out from buying it.
Well, hold on. 2 years out. Okay. And did they replace it?
They did replace it.
The compressor or the refrigerator?
Yeah, it was still under warranty, so they replaced it.
Okay, okay, but did they replace the compressor or the entire refrigerator?
No, just the compressor.
Okay.
And so then now 3 years now, just September 24th, it went out. Something went out again. So you know, we lost food the first time. We lost food this time.
Now, is it out of warranty now?
No, because I found out after the fact that there was a class action lawsuit against LG for those refrigerators sold between 2014 and 2020. However, my model wasn't on the list, but it's having the same issues.
Yours is not on the list.
Huh. So, but your problem now is it's out of warranty, right?
No, because due to that class action settlement, they didn't recall the refrigerators. They just extended the warranty.
But you said yours is not on that list.
No, it was not on that list.
Then your warranty is expired.
When they replaced the compressor, the warranty was expired, but they honored it because I believe they knew the compressor was an issue.
Okay, hold on. No. Here's what I need to know. You had the compressor. Okay. You had the compressor replaced 3 years ago, and it failed again. Did they replace it a second time?
They didn't replace the compressor. They came out and checked, and they found that it wasn't the compressor. That they replaced a step valve.
But did they do that under? Did they do that as a goodwill, or did you pay?
As a goodwill.
Okay, so LG fixed it again, even though it was out of warranty.
Right.
So what's the call for today?
Yeah.
So then a week later, it failed yet again.
Oh no! Wait a minute.
The third time.
What was wrong with it this time?
They don't know. So it had a technician come out yesterday.
My God, are these pieces of crap in general, guys? I mean, does anyone know?
So.
I've had very good luck with LG as a brand.
You have an LG?
I don't think we have an LG fridge, but just as a brand, I've had good luck.
I've had LG before, and we haven't had a problem, but I guess with
all right, so where does it stand right now? What's wrong with it right now?
So right now, I don't have a refrigerator working. The technician that came out yesterday said it's leaking somewhere. He couldn't figure out where it was leaking. So he ordered parts.
It's leaking what?
So, Freon.
Oh, no.
You should have shot some dye in it.
Something's going on in it, but he couldn't figure out what it was.
So you're waiting for what? What are you waiting for? Are they? By the way, are they doing this under goodwill again?
They are doing it under goodwill.
All right. So what is your question for us today?
I think my issue is I feel like I was just sold a defective refrigerator.
I think you were too, man. I mean, I think you were too. But does this mean should you get a new refrigerator? You would think they would do that, but it has been 5 years. God, I don't know. I mean, I would be so pissed off.
It's amazing they've done so many things as Goodwill.
Yeah. Have you asked for just a new? Have you asked for a replacement unit? And maybe you even pay a little.
I would be willing to do that for a replacement, but I get frustrated because you call, but it's always different agents that you talk with. So I've repeated my story like 10 times, and I can't get to the top. I can't seem to be connected.
Do you have a case? Do you have a case number?
I do have a case number. They gave
If you have a case number, then even though you talk to different techs, they should know your history. Why do they ask you for everything again?
I don't know.
I know what Mark would do. I'll tell you exactly what Mark would do. Exactly. I can read his mind. He would go and sue them in small claims court for the price of a new refrigerator.
I don't think I would.
Why?
Well,
I think you would.
Because they're fixing it.
But they're not. But now they don't even know what it is. And
But they said they're going to fix it again.
You really wouldn't do it?
Not in this scenario. If they were going to make me pay for something, I might. But knowing if they show up, I'm going to lose. I would purely be betting on it's going to cost them less to pay me off.
Why would you lose if you could say this is just terrible?
Because I think when she bought it, she had a 1-year warranty.
They extended it.
Well, whatever. At 2 years, she had a problem. They fixed it for free. I mean, that's it. And then they fixed something else.
Hey, Linda, how long did they say it would take to fix it?
They have to order the parts, so I can't. It's 2 weeks.
What do you do without a refrigerator for 2 weeks? I'm curious.
I bet she has one in the garage or somewhere.
Do you have a spare?
Well, I do have one in the garage.
You're lucky.
I do have that. I am lucky because we didn't this last time. 2 weeks ago, we had to wait another 2 weeks for the parts to come in. So basically, I've been out of refrigerator for almost 2 months. And I do have one in the garage out there, but we bought. My husband is a buyer. He likes to buy meat on sale. And so we lost a lot of food because what we have in the freezer.
Did they
here,
offer anything on that? No.
So far, no.
Listen, I don't know what to do other than to play ball with them right now. I don't know. What
Yeah.
I had a dream last night. I lost a bunch of meat in a freezer that went out. I'm not kidding. That's the craziest thing.
And
I'm the same way as your husband. I love shopping for steaks.
I had a dream that Stephanie and I got a sheep-a-doodle, pure white.
A sheep-a-doodle?
A sheepdog.
Is that half sheepdog?
A woman came up and said, I watched you on TV for years. I have this puppy. I want you to have it. Pure white, and I named it Snowflake. I don't know.
You used to have
crazy,
a Snowflake.
But I did, I swear to God.
Didn't you used to have a dog named Snowflake?
No, Cloud.
Cloud.
Hey, Linda, listen. We need to... I don't know what to do. I really don't.
Let's see if Marty wants to make a call. Why not?
If they're willing to fix it. Now, Marty's out on holiday today. Is this today the Day of Atonement?
He's blowing up YouTube.
Day of Atonement? Or is it, wait, he should be atoning. What the hell is it? Yesterday.
Atoning.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yesterday was...
What is atoning?
Oh, Yom Kippur was yesterday.
Oh.
It was. Okay. I thought he was out for that today. Let's have Marty call and ask for a new refrigerator. I want to see his negotiating skills. Can we ask Deputy Smarty Pants to do that? I think we can.
Boy, there's something I never thought I'd see.
What's that? 303-713.
Biden and DeSantis walking almost arm in arm.
Well, they're walking the wives,
good for both
four
of them. Good for both of them, actually.
They're touring the hurricane. And I think...
Wait, Joe's sniffing his hair?
I think it's really nice of DeSantis to push his wheelchair like that. I think, you would think they'd give him a motorized wheelchair, but, hey, little rascal or something, right? He's going to need a little rascal. That's... I shouldn't make fun of a wheelchair, by the way. We had a president in a wheelchair. I shouldn't make fun of that.
Eisenhower.
No.
Who had polio?
Roosevelt.
That's right.
Wait, who? Oh, today, John. Who was in the wheelchair? What president?
Yeah.
Roosevelt. Yeah.
Didn't they hide it very well?
Well, when they shot him, they didn't accentuate it. No, yeah, he was in a wheelchair. I wasn't talking about a wheelchair like that. Biden doesn't need that. He just needs like a little rascal to get around.
In a sense of direction.
I wonder if he uses a little rascal at the shopping mall. When he goes shopping. Who knows? Have you ever heard of him?
You think he's ever actually bought his own groceries? Honest to God, do you?
No. Well, he's a career politician, 40 years, a career.
Can you imagine him running into Walmart to grab a
career
Snickers bar?
politician. I mean, do they live a normal life? I don't know.
Yes. Yeah.
A carton of milk?
Yeah,
Okay.
they did. That was years ago.
Like, what is
But that goes for all.
A gallon of
Ask
milk.
Trump how much something is. He's going to have no clue.
Okay, how much, Mark, is a gallon of milk?
$4.
Is it that much now?
I don't know.
We
don't,
milk.
We don't buy milk.
Exactly, we don't either.
I
Okay.
can tell you half and half's $1.39 at Walmart.
Ken's got a comment on the LG fridge. Go ahead, Ken.
Yeah. Hi, Tom. I actually just had an refrigerator go out on me after 18 months. It was the compressor. It was under warranty, but they don't pay for the replacement anymore. The work done on it. So I would have to pay for that myself, and I was quoted $800.
No, wait. Are you telling me they don't replace the compressor under warranty?
Nope. They'll give you the compressor for. But you still have to pay for the actual technician to do the work.
God.
You mean outside of the 1-year warranty, though, right, Larry?
Yeah, that's outside the 1-year warranty. They cover the.
Got it. I got it. They supply the part. Thank you. Now, Larry, what do you have? A comment? Go ahead, Larry.
Tom, I had the same thing. LG refrigerator. It was 3 years, going on 4 years. I called LG. They didn't tell me, but I called a local repair guy here, and they told me that I could get it repaired under this class action lawsuit. But here's the problem. They said that if the condenser's bad, it could be the evaporator that's bad as well. So they come in, they replace the condenser, and then the evaporator's bad, and 3 months later it's going to go bad again. So my question is, how can you go back to a company and say, okay, you replaced a part that failed, but the part that actually made it fail, you're not warranting it?
I don't, because it takes too much horsepower to do that. I mean, a class action lawsuit or the threat of it. These guys suck, man. I didn't realize LG was so bad.
Oh, yeah. I was quoted just the repair of the evaporator alone was over $1,200, and that's not including the cost of the condenser that they did for free.
All right, I don't know what to do. I mean, we got to start looking into LG. Maybe our class action guy knows it. Oh, wasn't there already a class action?
Settled.
Right? And it's settled. So we just have to put the word out. LG sucks. What does LG stand for? Let's come up with a contest.
Michael Brown here for Integrity Health Advisors. It's that time.
I mean our meeting. Lucas.
Less good.
Less good.
Less good. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Less good.
Okay, let's come up with one. There, I'm going to put his down. Less good. Now somebody else match that one. I think earlier in the show you heard George on
Fix It 24/7 on the line talking about how they do 100% satisfaction guarantee. And for $39, if you're having an issue with your HVAC, they'll come out and check it out for $39. And they'll check it completely. In fact, if you want, for that $39, they clean it and practically refurbish it if you're a new customer. They take it apart to the extent they can. They clean each and every component and give you a no-breakdown guarantee for the coming winter. And listen to this, okay? If you have a problem, that you right now is the time to do it because there's no emergency, right? That's Fix It 24/7, 720-526-3939. Let's talk about the loan that I love, the liquid loan, which is a 30-year line of credit. Let's say you're going to stay in a house 5 years. It's silly to pay a regular house payment. Just pay simple interest and be done with it. And simple interest is easy. If you have money in the bank, that simple interest goes down because your money in the bank is earning the same exact rate as the liquid loan. Find out more at Affordable Interest Mortgage, theliquidloan.com. They handle it for you, and they can do it quickly and efficiently, whether you're buying or refining. It's a 30-year line of credit. You can borrow it, pay it down, borrow it, pay it down. 720-895-0500. That's 895-0500. 720-895-0500. Suddenly I'm feeling like Biden.
Green Bay.
Juice includes high in antioxidants.
I'm focusing on my gut health, and that means adding more whole grains to my diet.
I want to lose weight, and that starts by cutting down on sugar.
At Grainberry, we call those bowl goals. Every single bowl of Grainberry contains less sugar than other cereals and more of what matters most, like plant-based fiber, whole grains, antioxidants, and of course, flavor. Grainberry is great for managing diabetes, pre-diabetes, and other health-related issues. So grab a box of Grainberry with amazing onyx sorghum at King's
I'll look at a calendar and then we'll do it together. Because I'm in all week this week. I mean, all week. I'm in tomorrow and the next day. But then I'm going to talk about it today. And I'm coming in Monday too. Because why am I coming in Monday? There was a reason. Salisbury in my trust after that. He likes coming here.
All right, and then as far as Eric Reitimer, I always reconcile the end of month for commissions. So that's due on Monday. As soon as I have all the big stuff reconciled, I'll send him all the info he needs.
Yeah, now this year...
We're not doing a net zero, are we, if your defined benefit plan is not?
He's going to let me know, because I'm going to make a giant contribution this year. Right, guys? It was something like $400 or $500. I might even have to borrow, which is fine, because I'm a sub. Because they are the retirement.
So you guys will directly, okay,
yeah, they're going to communicate with the plan. We'll know that they're trying to get them out now.
Nice.
And then I'll make that for April 15th. I might have to, because I'm a sub-ass, and because of how cash flow works, I may literally have to borrow money to pay it. You know, not borrow, but just take some cash.
Before April 15th, the annual net zero.
I think that's
okay, so that has nothing to do with
No, that has to do with taxes. Well, yeah, they can advise on that, but here's the deal. Safe Harbor is paying what? 90% of last year or 110%? What is it? What is Safe Harbor? It's one of those. It's paying 90% of the previous obligation or 110%, I think. I don't know, something. Whatever the Safe Harbor is. By the way, I had a credit going. So, but I have to make a fourth quarter payment. And it usually turns out to be. And I'll ask Gary.
Okay, so I'm going to get involved.
That's why he's doing this. And then I'm going to, future plans got to give me this big retirement. Then there's no more, there will be a 401k, right? I keep that going, right? But there won't be a retirement plan.
Most importantly, their children.
I know, it's really, we get very busy, but we get busy in that, but other things kind of slow down. It's kind of a nice time. We always kind of have fun. We really do.
We're going to take those 2 weeks off again.
I think we should, don't you? Well, we definitely take the week between. Do we take the week before or after?
We've been, I don't know what it is.
If you're concerned about the markets, call today.
So what I vote for
complimentary review of your portfolio.
Thanksgiving is the 29th this year.
That's 720-488-8604. Or online, yourmoney,
Well, it's definitely a Thursday. Wait. The 24th, yeah. So I think we take off the 24th through the 1st of the year.
24th through the 1st of the year.
We just take off December.
Not the 23rd.
Big chunk of
We don't want to take off Christmas Eve. Be large. Sounds like a party. Exactly.
Now, we would be off the 19th through the 2nd.
Well, then that's only 1 week. Fuck that. We take 2 weeks.
Maybe what we do is actually blast out.
I think we got to take
the 18th, and then I'm guessing we resume on Tuesday the 3rd of January.
Heritage Auction said it had a $2 million offer for number 62 before Judge even hit it. I'm Frank Arity.
Chris Cuomo is back with a new show on a new network. Catch Cuomo weeknights on News Nation at 5 p.m. Mountain. To find News Nation on your television provider, go to newsnationnnow.com/join us.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So what does LG stand for? Deputy Doc came up with a good one. Less good. What about, what else could it stand for?
Lying something.
Lying. Yeah, let's say, LG, come up with one.
You know, it is amazing.
Jim's got a comment.
One problem, 5 people have called now.
Jim, go ahead. What about you?
Oh, hi, Tom.
Hey.
Well, that LG compressor issue goes back quite a ways. To wit, in 2018, 1 week after my 3-year warranty ran out on my top-of-the-line Kenmore Elite refrigerator, okay, I had to call in for service.
Yeah.
And so for a period of 3 months, I was out without a refrigerator while Sears danced around the issue and danced around it. So eventually I had to threaten Sears with a lawsuit in order to get them to replace the actual refrigerator. Thank God I had a second refrigerator, right? So anyway, they sent me a voucher for a new refrigerator, and I was fully expecting to get a complete replacement for the refrigerator I had. But oh no, they discounted that use that I had of that for 3 years by $1,000, so I had to go and settle for a down-level refrigerator. The good part of the extended warranty was there was a clause in there for food spoilage, so I ended up with almost $400 in food spoilage.
Jim, I can't believe the texts I'm getting too about LG. We have struck a nerve. They suck so much. I didn't realize they suck so much. Thank goodness. Now I love.
Who had the ice maker issue? Was that Samsung?
I love Samsung. I don't have a Samsung refrigerator, but I love their washer and dryer.
I love their phones.
And I love, refrigerator-wise. I don't know what refrigerator I have.
I think we have a GE.
I have the top compressor. It looks like it, but I don't think it is. It looks like one, but I'm not sure it is. It looks like it with the top compressor.
We bought one, the GE, and it's got the door-in-door, and I love it.
Yeah, that's cool. Now, here's some texting you can do, 57739 to my show, or our show, 57739, and put Tom there so I know. It says, Tom, topic from yesterday. I met my bride in 2003 through hotornot.com.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. The website no longer exists. Wonder why, huh? But we celebrated 17 years of marriage. Hot or not?
Was she hot or not?
Yeah, wow. Okay, Tom, I heard somebody heard your suggestion on The Little Rascal. And this guy says, will we call it Rascal 1 for Biden?
I said Air Force 3.
Oh, I like that. Okay, hold on. By the way, Lyft notified drivers. I was notified. So this texter said we were notified. Mark,
so
talk about that. Because we're talking about the fuel surcharge. They said you can depend on it until further notice. And one of our drivers calls and says, hey, I was never noticed. They took it away.
Dave texted me the second he heard that and said that, no, I drive for Lyft and Uber. And
on the driver hub.
September 15th on the driver hub,
right.
They said it's ending.
Now, it says here, I can almost guarantee you he was notified on the app. He just missed it. So a lot of people are saying that. Now, I got COVID exactly 1 year after my shot. I got the J&J shot, not one of the mRNA shots.
I did, too.
Yeah. You know, you got J&J because it did.
I had to. I knew it was nothing. I don't even know if you can get it anymore.
Anyway, 303-713-TALK. We have a comment from David on LG. Go ahead, David. What's happening?
Yeah, hey, fellas, good topic here. I had the same problem with my LG compressor in 2019. No kidding. It was that new, and this was about a week before Christmas last year. So it dies, and we're losing food. In fairness now, we bought ours through Lowe's, and we bought an extended warranty.
Did it work?
Yes, they honored through the extended warranty. They sent out some technicians. They replaced it. I couldn't believe it, that they would actually come to my house, replace the compressor in on my kitchen floor. And I was talking directly with the technicians, and the guy tells me this, okay? He says, look, straight up, sir, this compressor is not going to last 2 years. I got a van right out in front of your house. I got about a dozen more, and me and my buddy here, we're the only two technicians between New Mexico and Wyoming, and this is all we do is replace these compressors.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Well, man, I just can't believe the nerve it had. John, what about you? John.
LG stands for lousy goods.
Lousy goods. I like it.
That's a good one.
I like that one, man. Have you had an experience with them?
Not particularly, but I have heard a lot of people, my friends, that this compressors, there's something wrong with them.
There's absolutely. Thank you for the creativeness. Now, I was suggesting for touring the hurricane that President Biden get a little rascal, but somebody texted me there's a lot more than a little rascal out there. There's all kinds of companies. They're called mobility scooters. So the Zipper is one of them. Here's another one, the Red Elephant. I
wonder if Tesla makes one.
E-Wheels makes one. E-Wheels. How about ShopRider? That's the flagship of this one company. And then there's the EV Rider, E-Wheels. What else? What else? The fastest portable one is the Mosquito. So a four-wheel mobility scooter, they run anywhere from, man, there's some of them up to $3 or $4 grand, $5 grand, and some. Oh, one looks like a little vintage sedan. That would be good for Biden. I think what if we chip in and send him a little rascal to the White House? What would happen? Would they get insulted?
He'd probably get on the FBI's most wanted list.
Because we want to help our president? Come on. He'll need it, right? Maybe in the next years. Who knows? And I'm not talking about a full-scale wheelchair. I'm not wishing him ill. I'm saying, take a load off. Take a load off. There's even one side-by-side. He can put Dr. Jill on the other side. Little rascal. I think it's a good idea. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. And if we want to buy something for Trump, what would it be? Maybe a muzzle. I don't know. What else can we buy? Let's pick a politician and buy him something. What would you buy?
How about Polis?
What would I buy Polis?
Yeah, what would you buy Polis?
Let me think. A man who has everything. What would we buy?
I think he's the richest governor in the country.
Is he?
Mm-hmm. 1-800-FLOWERS, if I recall.
Yep.
Yeah, that's cool. I like an entrepreneur there. But let's see. What would we buy him? A man who has everything. I don't know. What?
I don't know.
I would buy him a dictionary so he can look up what the words really mean and not give us this 1984 double talk.
He gives double talk? I haven't heard much double talk.
They won't define what a woman is. They won't.
Well, no one will. He's not the only one.
I know, but if we make a start and give him a dictionary, it might help.
He's not the only one. Here, look. I think here's what I'm going to say this again. This gender thing is getting out of control, and it's a very easy thing to solve. It really is. Just do away with genders in sports, in dressing rooms, in restrooms, and have private stalls. Just get rid of it, because it's the only way people are going to be happy. You can't pick and choose who you're going to let in a locker room. You can't pick and choose. Now, of course, going back to the way it was is good too, but it's never going to go back to the way it was. You're never going to have, there was just a school walkout. Now listen to this. This one school, I believe, in Minneapolis, or Minnesota, I mean, was it there? This guy, a full dude, now no hormones, nothing. He simply identifies as a woman. Nothing else. He identifies as a woman. And he's a full-scale 100% guy. and he's in there with all of these teenage girls. Well, he's a teenager too, and they felt uncomfortable. They got in trouble for complaining. How about that?
So did they walk out?
Yep. And it's a true story.
So what happened?
No, well, the guy, they were penal. They got punished for something or suspended for discrimination. Here's the thing. You know what's bad about that is that truly people who are having an identity crisis and want to be another gender, truly.
You had a caller ask you not long ago.
If they truly want to be. No, I'm saying it. People who are just doing it, maybe, I don't know, or for sports, for dominance or something, it's taking away from people. I mean, I believe there are people who genuinely are confused. Now, it used to be called gender dysphoria. I'm not calling it that. I'm saying I do believe there are some people, Mark, when you look at them, you know there's something, and they do seem feminine or female. It does feel like maybe, you know, and they want to be. And I think there are some sincere people who are truly confused or unhappy being what they are. But I think there are others that are doing it for nefarious reasons, and I believe it spoils it. That's why if you do away with gender completely, you will give everyone on the left what they want. There's no more argument, ever, ever. We should never differentiate. It would spoil sports forever. It would spoil everything. But guess what? That's just the way it's going to happen. Because right now, it's just plain unfair for a male to transition to a woman and to be in sports. It's not because I hate the man or the woman. I don't hate them at all. It's just unfair.
Outside of that, what do you think?
It's unfair for these girls.
Do you know people that have children now? We know a couple. I'm not going to say who they are. That have children, that the daughters are teenagers. At one point, they were lesbian. Next thing, they're not lesbian.
Right.
Then they're lesbian again.
Well, they're fluid. They call that fluid now, Mark. They call that. Yeah, but I don't care about that.
But they actually switch. But here's what I'm saying, though.
Yeah.
Do you think? I just don't remember that growing up at all.
No, I
like
don't either.
Zero whatsoever.
Well, I'll tell you why.
Do you think ultimately it's bad for society, or more importantly, bad on that child?
I don't know. But here's what I do know. The reason growing up we didn't see it is because they were closeted. There were certainly people I went to school with.
I'm not talking. I agree with you. There are certain people I know that I believe are truly feminine, or however you want to put it. They were born gay.
Yeah.
That's the best way I can put it.
Or we all knew they were going to be.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about particularly females that that just tend to go off the emotions right there, then switch back, then switch.
Okay.
I mean, do you think that's? It just didn't seem to be an option when we were kids.
I know. And the fact that it is an option.
Does that make it bad when they're 30 years old?
Some people believe that because it has become such an issue and an option, that now they're exercising that option.
It's so confusing.
And maybe would not have exercised that option and gone on. But then there are those who say, this is the main belief. You should never, ever, 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 ever be uncomfortable, ever. You should do everything you want. That's really the belief of people nowadays who want, it really is. Be whoever you want. I mean, but I want to know, how far does it go? How far? If people have multiple personalities, why can't we accept each and every personality? I'm serious. I'm dead serious.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by ExpressPros.com.
Lots of activity on the roads and freeways leading up to this 12 o'clock hour. Looks like things are finally starting to calm down. I-25 into downtown. Southbound roads, we're still showing some slow traffic between 58th and Spear Boulevard. Recently, debris in the right lane has been cleared, but looks like traffic is getting back to normal. Heading east to the airport, I-70 east and westbound, no complaints. I-225 north and southbound free and clear for our friends in Aurora and DTC. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies today with an overall high of 69 degrees this afternoon, overnight low of 45. Tomorrow, mostly sunny skies again. The current temperature in Denver is 63 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Stop going it alone for recruiting and staffing. Choose a local expert. Hiring is about getting to know people and not algorithms. So let the people at Express Employment Professionals hire for you. Visit expresspros.com to find the office near you.
John Fuller is myaccidentlawyer.co. That's the website for Colorado.co. Myaccidentlawyer.co. And he can be your accident lawyer. And here's the message I want you to have. You're not calling a call center. You're not calling a team to gather leads where then dozens of attorneys, you're assigned to one of them. And you're a number. You're a case number. With John Fuller, he's the only attorney there by choice. He'll only take as many cases as he personally can work. That's his pledge. And you get a cell phone number and constant communication. But I'm going to tell you something. You will know the difference on your own. I don't even have to tell you. I want you to keep in mind when you call, am I a person or are they regarding me as just a lead? You'll feel the difference. 303-597-4500. And I'm not kidding. We've recommended everyone we know to John Fuller who have questions about their accidents. 303-597-4500. myaccidentlawyer.co. Okay, Frank Duran, the real estate man, is not only a great person, but man, does he negotiate. Even now, selling homes higher than the market for sure, still creating demand the way he does his proprietary bracketed pricing. He still instills people who want to bid. He knows how to list a home and not to overlist it. Call him for his skills. Call for a free consultation. 303-920-1622. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com.
Battle of the Brands, sponsored by Spa Palace. When brands compete, you save. Happening at all of their Front Range locations, including Aurora, Parker, Westminster, Colorado Springs, Pueblo, and Fort Collins. Jacuzzi hot tubs and Sundance spas competing for your backyard. Trade in your old hot tub now. Hydro pools, self-cleaning swim spas adjust to every swim level. Swim, exercise, and play in your own hydro pool swim spa. Installs in just 1 day. Special financing for this event and free delivery. The Battle of the Brands, sponsored by Spa Palace. When brands compete, you save. Go to spapalace.com for info. Don't
No one appreciates the American dream as much as Romanian immigrant Mitch Floria. He arrived with just $300 in his pocket, started Art of Granite, now serves the entire Front Range and mountain communities. A direct stone importer who passes wholesale prices on to his customers for all countertops. Completed in just 2 weeks, including quartz. Bathroom free when you have the kitchen done. Tear out and haul away free. Get a price on the phone. 303-386-5919. TheArtofGranite.com.
Located 40 miles west of Denver in Black Hawk, Colorado, you'll find Monarch Casino Resort Spa, your football headquarters thanks to their luxurious sportsbook lounge. Feel like you're in the game with a giant 22-foot feature display flanked by every game playing on 20 different TVs. Get expert advice from their in-house team. Best of all, you'll enjoy your favorite beverages and bar menu right from the comfort of your lounge seat. And every bet earns Monarch rewards.
I had to push it down like you didn't push it down.
MonarchBlackhawk.com.
I assumed you pushed it down.
Yeah, I did. I closed it and then I pushed it to make sure
trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free.
But anyhow, do you think they're gay or not?
Radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you; it finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right
why is she
experience
dating a guy then?
and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of pay, ZipRecruiter.
No, but she dated women first.
No, but Mark,
the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can.
My point is when they go back and forth.
Men don't go back and forth.
ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Don't miss Century RV's round up in their new state.
Can I have 2 401ks?
Oh, sorry.
Do I get twice the fucking money?
Hi, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. I have Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies here. I wanted to talk about a few items. You can call about anything you want. You got a problem,
what's your
question,
first name?
complaint, call us. And we do mention and talk about society from time to time. I hope you appreciate that. We're talking from really a consumer standpoint, honest to God, from an everyday life, day-to-day standpoint. I'm not trying to change anyone's opinion. I think that, unfortunately, society is concentrating on differences now rather than just forgetting about it.
Did you need a
I honest
referral, or
to
are
God
you a
don't
member,
care.
or are you looking to be a member?
I only care when it hurts someone. I don't care about, and I really don't care. I love people, and I even like variety. I like people watching. I like it all. Why do we have to control?
All
why
right,
do we
Paul,
care?
I'm going to give you Master Rooter to call,
only
okay?
when it messes up their lawn. I
Sure.
don't
Got a
think
pen?
they care if everyone has their own lawn. I think what happens is they don't want someone crapping on their lawn. And crapping on a lawn is something like you have a daughter, and your daughter worked her ass off to be on the swim team, and she's getting awards, and then some dude decides he wants to be a woman, and fine.
It is 720.
We should love that person if they truly want to be a woman.
434.
But no matter what, they were born
3406.
100% male, and I don't believe there is
That's
anything that
Master
can be
Rooter.
done in that
I just
arena to
talked
make
the
it a
folks that
fair
answer
playing
and
field.
set up an
Can
appointment. I don't
men
think you're
that
gonna
are
ask anyone in particular.
transgendering
The owner
into
is
women
Tony.
play
You
for
see
the
if Tony Akers is
WNBA?
available.
Yes.
So Shaq could go play for
Yes.
it. Okay.
Yes.
Well,
Good.
fair is fair.
Great prices. This is their
because
wheelhouse
or they
as far
sue
as
for
I know.
discrimination. It is
Give them a
absolutely allowed. I mean, now women can do the same thing, transitioning to a male, but a woman who transitions to a male will never have the biological body of a male. No one, and look at Bruce Jenner. You know, he's changing, but
It's not
he's
Bruce
still,
anymore.
No, I mean Caitlyn Jenner. You know, still will have an advantage. I mean, everyone will have an advantage.
I wish he got elected in California, by the way.
And yeah, I mean, Mark, I swear to you when I tell you this, I don't care if someone is transgender. I don't care if someone is bipolar. And I'm not trying to compare them. I don't care if someone is gay or straight. In fact, I even am puzzled sometimes when people say like that actor Daniel Craig, was it, who is 007? He says he likes going to gay bars because people don't bother him. He's accepted, and it's like a celebrity thing. He can blend. He doesn't care. He likes it. Okay. Then the rumor went around he was gay, and he made a point of saying, I am not gay. I even thought, why do people even do that? Who cares if you are? People shouldn't have to, first of all, defend themselves. If you're gay, you're gay. If you're not, you're not. Who cares? Why are people making such a big deal? Why are they putting themselves on display?
Tom, it's because you need parameters in sports. What you're talking about is true.
Well,
People in general life, you accept them for what they are because it's not hurting anybody. Whereas when it comes to sports,
I just said that. There's no way to make it fair.
Well, there is a way to make it fair.
What?
You go by what your chromosomes are. If you're an XY, you don't compete against women. End of story.
Or you do away with gender altogether.
You can't do away with gender.
Well, why couldn't you?
There would be no women's sports.
Okay, well, there would be no male sports either. I mean, you could have women in the NFL.
Oh, come on.
Look
they would last about two plays.
They've tried that on college teams.
They'd last about 2 plays.
Do you know the Serena and what's her name? They can't beat a college
200 ranked.
That's right.
Male. 200.
Yeah, college.
Adeline had a sheet of ice on her
ranked.
windshield up in Laramie this morning.
I was in medical
It's
school.
coming.
The woman I was dating, she was the number one single in Swarthmore College. It was a reasonable college.
I drove a truck delivering tires
number
to
one
Wyoming.
singles player in tennis.
And I went to like
I used to
Saratoga
play.
and
I was
Laramie. I went up
the
to Douglas
difference in
and all
strength
kinds
and
of
agility is so
yeah,
different.
like
You
the weather
can't
there
have
definitely
XY men playing in X
right away with the ice
doesn't
and
work.
everything. Like it's cold.
And the chromosomes never change with hormone therapy.
And they get some shit storms up there, don't they?
You're born with. You can't change chromosomes.
Join us.
Stem cell therapy is a
My
therapy
biggest fear
where
is
they
the
take and
snowstorm
extract
comes
stem
right around
cells from your
Thanksgiving
fat
and
or
she
your
can't
bone
make it
marrow
home
and
and
then
she's
inject
up there
them
by
where you need
herself.
them for
I
growth
would die.
of tendons, of tissue,
I think
to
it'd
help
be okay
joints.
like that.
It's an
I don't think that they
alternative
would shut
to
down
joint
highways.
replacement
Very rarely
surgery.
do between
It
the
does
two.
have its place,
Like unless
but
it gets really
must
crazy.
be real stem
Like,
cell
that's the
therapy.
thing that
I am
feel
so
like it's just
happy
more like ice
to have on the
that they
referral
get,
list
like
at
when it's
referralist.com
cold,
and
just
on
the way that,
the
like,
show
hills are and
to have
everything, as you,
Denver
like, go in,
Regenerative Medicine.
Well, when we were talking
Denver
on air about her
Regenerative
moving
Medicine
up there, we had a
does
few
real
emails,
stem
like
cell
several
therapy
about,
in one
you know,
session.
hey,
No
tell your
repeat
daughter to
visits
be careful and watch when there's
3-hour
weather
procedure.
because that highway
And
from
they will give
Cheyenne
you
to
a
here
free
can close
phone
in a.
consultation with a physician
And it was like, dang.
at 833 STEM
I
Gen.
think they'll be all right. I think she'll be all right.
STEM Gen. Find out if you're a candidate. DenverRegen.com. Joe Lazzara is a criminal defense attorney. That's what he is. And I hope you never need him. But people say, Tom, you know, my son got in trouble, my aunt got in trouble, my uncle got in trouble. Sometimes it's not you. Maybe it's someone else. Whatever it is, you shouldn't shop under pressure. Joe Lazzara can help you through a DUI, not to get away with it, but to deal with the system. Sometimes you are falsely accused. Sometimes you made a stupid mistake. Whatever it is, he tries to get you through the system with minimal damage. And he also helps if you had other problems. That's 303-429-6200. Joe Lazzara on a referralist at referralist.com. Sheridan Auto Tech. That is a place you should go if you want friendly, honest service with the skill required to fix things. And you know what I love about the entire atmosphere? They will never suggest anything unless you really need it. And they'll tell you if they're suggesting something because you could need it in the future. They're totally honest, above board, with longevity, experience, convenience, and value. SheridanAutotech.com in Aurora and Lakewood, 303-455-7242. 455-7242.
Are you thinking about selling your home? With Orchard, you can skip the typical headaches and hassles of listing a home and go straight to getting an all-cash offer. It's simple. Once Orchard determines your home value, they make you a cash offer. Then when Orchard sells your home for more than
I would agree with that most people.
Less upset?
Well, yeah, because, I mean, if one of my girlfriends said, look, I'm really sorry, I fell in love with Linda, I wouldn't be upset. But she called me up and said,
George, apparently when we're live on the radio, on YouTube, my mic is over them. Is there some button from you?
I mean, I'm talking, but you've been married for a long time. But I'm talking about in a relationship that's not cemented. I would be less threatened by a woman telling me she's gay.
Yeah. I'd agree with that.
I can't compete with a woman.
I think most men would be that way.
Yeah.
Although there's probably some guys out there that would take that even worse.
You think so?
I think so.
I don't know. What do you guys think? If you were dating a woman, and I don't know if you're married or not, it doesn't matter. Just say you're dating somebody, and she says, you know what? I fell in love with Linda. I've decided. Wouldn't you feel less threatened if she said I fell in love with Justin over there?
I hope so.
Yeah. What about you?
Don't know. It would be a tremendous insult. Yes, it would be terrible either way.
Yeah.
But
I wouldn't feel bad because
some people might go, oh shit, I turned her to lesbian.
Yeah.
Damn.
No, but if
she loved men up till me.
But if you believe that people are born gay, then I wouldn't. Well, I wouldn't feel insulted by it.
How about then if you found out that Linda was a man that just transgendered into Linda? Now where are you at?
I still wouldn't feel difficult because she'd still be a woman.
I can't imagine growing up today, man. I can't imagine. How my kids, I feel like, barely squeak by it. Like, barely. Ponderosa, I can't think of any weird shit. When they had their first year in Castle Rock, they had those fucking Furby things that I couldn't stand. But those were the weirdest things I've seen. These kids would have fucking tails, and they dressed up as animals. It was the fucking strangest thing ever.
But they didn't truly identify, did they?
Yeah. Oh, no. They're like, there was only like 5 or 6 of them in the whole school, but they were the weirdos.
But
no offense to Furby.
But if you want to identify as a trans species, what would be wrong with it?
Listen to us on your radio, on your desktop, and on your smart device. Denver's talk station is available everywhere, in your car, at work, and wherever you go. All you need is our free iHeartRadio app. Just say, play 630 KHOW on iHeartRadio.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Solving problems, answering questions, taking complaints. And I have now. Okay. And Tom, little scooter called the Zipper would be good for Bill Clinton. LG stands for, here's texting the show. You can text the show, and that is 57739. One says that LG stands, I love this one, LG stands for lukewarm groceries. LG is getting a beating today. Tom, no genders. Dumbest thing I've ever heard on your show. And your show's an endless show of dumbness. Okay, yet he listens.
Nice.
But here's the point. It was sarcasm. If you do away with genders altogether, people would get what they want. Do you know what I'm saying? You're sorry for what you're asked for. Be careful what you ask for. What I'm saying is that is what's happening. If you simply say, okay, here's what we're going to do, no one would want it. But then what would they do about it? They can't even define what they want. What I'd like to know, and this has no hate whatsoever behind it, when is mental illness mental illness? When is it abnormal to feel or act in a certain way? And I swear to God, I mean this. I want to know. I know we all accept this. If you are violent and hurt people, it is wrong. No one wants to hurt people. But other than that, what is the argument? What is the argument for mental illness? Who's to say, even though, why can't I identify as two separate people? Why? If I have true schizophrenia, why should I treat it if I'm not hurting people and I just want to be two people?
I don't think anybody forces you to treat it if you're not hurting people.
But is it accepted or is it called mental illness? Why?
Accepted for what?
What I'm saying is it's a diagnosis called mental illness. That's what it's called. It's called schizophrenia. Well, is it truly, in today's society, should we allow people not to be labeled? Because I mean this. I'm asking a question. It's an intellectual discussion. We used to call someone who had 100% male or female genes, if they identified or wanted to be something else, it was gender dysphoria. They were unhappy, and it was classified as a mental illness. Now it is you are what you want to be. And I'm not saying it's wrong. I don't even care. But what I'd like to know is, can we use that same attitude for other things?
I don't think so. I think having
I'm wondering.
Schizophrenia, I think, is very diagnosable nowadays. I don't think there's anything to diagnose
and
if someone wants to be something else.
I am not comparing schizophrenia with trans. I'm saying that how far do we go to be understanding and accommodating to people when it comes to whatever they feel? Because that's where we're going. I mean, we are even doing that sometimes when it comes to sex workers. They're no longer considered exploited. They're considered sex workers. Or obese people, if it's unhealthy. You can't say that. It just.
Hi, Dan Cicchini. Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors, and even replacement windows and doors, you have our word, we'll treat you right at Done Right. Todd, do you have any idea how many times we've said that?
No, but I do know this, Dad. I was 9 years old when you and Mom started Done Right in our garage, and we continue to honor that promise. And I've got to ask, why have we seen so many times?
Tell her she's fat.
That's different.
And that's body shaming. You can't body shame.
I can call somebody obese because technically...
That's body shaming.
No, it's not. It's a technical term. It's like telling somebody they're diabetic. If they fit into a certain category, they're obese.
Well, yeah, obese is obese.
Right.
Look up images. It's all based on body mass. Look up Liz. I just looked her up. She looks like a healthy young lady.
So if somebody identifies as a dog, you have to have kibble bits in the cafeteria for them?
Well, I think someone would make the argument that that trans people are human, and that no one should identify outside of the species. I think someone could draw that line. I think.
The Troubleshooter, mornings at 10.
I agree with you 100%.
I think
if no one's hurting anybody, I don't know what any of it matters.
It doesn't matter. That's the thing. It doesn't matter. We make it matter when we make a big fuss about it.
No, we make it matter when it infringes on other people's
If my daughter was in a locker room with a guy who identifies or says he identifies, as long as he's not bothering her, I say, look, go to yourself, private. You don't have to look. No one's forcing you to.
Yeah, but there's a lot of those. You don't remember gym school, man. That's one big shower, one big everything. Can you imagine some dude just lurking around next to your daughter taking a fucking shower? There is no way I'd be good with that.
No, I guess that I would tell her this. Don't shower.
Yeah, don't shower. That's right. I'm not talking like private stalls and shit. Who gives a shit?
Do they have private stalls in women's locker rooms?
Dude, I don't think I've ever been in a women's locker room.
Me neither. That's what you should ask your daughter.
Yeah, well, you know,
ask Abby when she was.
Well, neither of our kids ever showered in.
Okay. But they could always change that for the future.
Look, most of the places we go now, the restrooms are both genders. They're usually single stalls. There's not multiple.
Right. There's nothing wrong with that.
No, in fact, I kind of prefer it.
No, at the bathroom in the side film center. Side film center. Everyone goes together. It's both male and female.
Man, imagine that at
if you're in a urinal, there's a woman can be coming in and going to a stall. Absolutely allowed.
I'm trying to think where we were where they were troughs.
At Mile High.
Is it Mile High?
Yeah.
Holy shit. I think that would blow a woman away walking in there. It is one massive trough from one end to the other.
Which is a very smart thing to have in a men's locker room.
Of course, it's the most efficient fucking thing there is.
That's why there's no line in the men's room. And you have a line 3 miles long in the women's room.
I guarantee a woman has used that trough before. I guarantee it.
No.
I guarantee it. There is no way it hasn't happened.
It would be so hard to do physically. You have to go.
No, they can have one of those things you buy for camping that you can point any way you want. It's like a penis.
They would have to go backwards and jump on the trough. It would be anatomically very difficult.
Welcome to the show within the show, gentlemen.
Trust me. There's certain things that I know about.
If you don't think a woman ever not used the trough at the stadium, I call you insane. There's no way it hasn't happened. She could be drunk. She could even just squat down in there. It is fucking happened.
You have to squat down backwards.
Exactly. You really don't think it's ever happened?
No.
Oh, man. Okay, do you think it's happened? You think a woman has ever used the trough at Bronco Stadium? Ever? Well, I don't know either, but all my money would be there. Where would you guys put your money? Do you think it's happened? What? A woman using the trough at Bronco Stadium in the men's room. Of course it's happened. Can you imagine waiting in that line? You've seen that line for females. Eventually, what are you going to do? Just piss right there or go piss in the men's room?
Do you remember years ago?
Let's get Smarty Marty to camp out during the next game.
We have a tennis player that was a trans tennis player years ago before this whole discussion.
No, the gay one. The gay tennis player, Martina.
Yeah, but
wait, didn't we have a trans? There was a trans tennis player years ago.
I don't remember that.
I don't remember.
A professional?
Oh, yes,
Absolutely.
I do.
But a professional?
Yes.
Yeah. Marilyn something.
No, trans tennis player.
I don't know, guys.
No, I remember.
Well, I'll tell you who she was. Renee Richards.
Renee Richards.
Absolutely. And she was playing, she was a man and played in the female. She did. Renee Richards, 6'1".
Right.
Now she is 88 years old.
1979.
Yeah, she was before any of this.
You know what I watched last night?
Oh, wait, yeah. Wait, she turned female, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, okay. That's the same shit.
I watched this movie called
Did she ever win?
65.
I don't know
Sunny
what
warm in the lower 70s and clean rain on Friday. We'll get to about
Career title 0.
Right now, it's 63.
Highest ranking number 20, 1970.
Why did she beat the hell out of her?
Apparently she was not a good tennis player.
On Audible, from memoirs and true crime to celebrities and sci-fi.
If you transgendered into a female, I doubt you would be number 20. How's that?
Sign up for a free 30-day trial at audible.com.
Hey, Tom.
Renee Richards.
Peter Harris for Grainberry cereal with amazing on
Now that's an amazing.
One bowl of Grainberry every morning can help you reach your health goals, whatever they may be.
I want to keep my family as safe as possible, so that means I'm choosing foods high in antioxidants.
I'm focusing on my gut health, and that means adding more whole grains into my diet.
She began seeing a doctor, getting hormone injections.
Those bowl bowls. Every single bowl of Grainberry contains less sugar than other cereals and more of what matters most.
She also had sex reassignment surgery. I don't know how they do that.
Oh, it's easy to go from a man to a woman. It's much more difficult to go from a woman to a man because when you go from a man to a woman, you just invert the penis. You just, you invert it. But to make something come out to be a pseudo penis is much more difficult.
Well, how do they have to take?
It's a prosthetic, I'm sure.
It's a prosthetic.
Yeah, but they try and keep the clitoris at the tip because that's where all the sensation is.
It's got to be painful.
I mean,
the great, the center of that used to be in Pueblo.
Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We have Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies with us. And do you know what do you think the average is that people have saved for retirement their whole career? What do you think? You think, what do you think, guys, at Retirement Planning Center, the average amount? I looked it up.
You mean cash, or do you mean like the value of their home, their equity?
Qualified plans. Savings for retirement only. I had it here. Let me look for it.
I guess 150.
At what age,
Tom? When they reach age 65.
And did you say average?
Yeah. No, it is average.
I don't know what average would be then.
Is it average?
Tom, what we've seen is around $100,000 is pretty average.
It's 120. You're right. Yeah. You're damn right. About 120 working all their lives in a 401k.
But then they're generally also looking at Social Security and then the value of their house, right?
Yeah, but you don't sell your house to, you're living in it.
No, I understand.
We're not talking about net worth. We're talking about living, income. You don't live off equity unless you borrow from it. But or reverse mortgage. So I'd like to know if you have a 401k and start taking income, isn't that about one of the worst things you can do? I mean, you have to take income eventually, but does it keep growing and then dropping with the market? It still keeps fluctuating while you're drawing out payments.
Well, Tom, in all honesty, we have a hard time recommending somebody take income from a market-based vehicle because of what we're experiencing right now. Maybe things are good, maybe things are bad, it doesn't matter. But if you're basing a plan around the market doing well, you're doing it wrong, in all honesty.
Well, it's crazy.
It is.
Because, because you would literally take your 401k if you had 120 or 200 and divide it by what? Would you guess how long you're going to live, or would you just take what you need? What happens when you start running out? That's the point I'm trying to make. And what people don't realize is with a good annuity, even low income, at least it's forever. I mean, it's guaranteed. Plus, you have a growth that's tax free, right? The growth is with a qualified plan tax free until you take it.
Yeah, have you heard of the 4% rule before, Tom?
Go ahead.
Is that familiar?
Yes, it is familiar.
So this is...
I don't know what it means, but it's familiar. Go ahead.
What it means is in the past, that's what the experts used to say, that you can expect to withdraw from a retirement plan that's invested in the market when you're retired and not run out of money within a 30-year period. 4% rule.
The problem is there's been studies done recently. 4% rules based on
Is that 4% a year?
4% a year of whatever the balance is.
Not
So if
a
you
lot
got
of money for
you got
some.
$1 million, you can take $40,000 out of it. That's it.
So if you're an average American with 120,000, you're talking about 4%.
Yeah.
Per year.
Yeah, it's not much at all.
4,800 per year.
Well, 4,000. Yeah, if you got 120.
120. Okay.
And
4%.
so here's the problem, though, Tom.
Doc, it's 4,800. I mean, that's what my calculator says, but okay. But you're close. Go ahead.
The research on the 4% rule is based on historical bond returns, which, as we all know, have been a lot higher than they are right now. So what the experts say nowadays is you can't expect to take more than 2.5% to 3% out of a retirement account that's in the market.
The only thing I always argue against annuities, especially for older people, say 70 years old, I think it's ridiculous.
Why? Tell me why.
Because there's going to be most likely a 5 to 10 year surrender point, and if they ever, a lot of people end up digging money out at that age because their kids are having problems, or they want to send the grandkids to school, or something happens and they need that cash back.
Well, we're not talking about that. We're talking about a qualified plan that they can't that they have in a qualified plan anyway. So if they take it out in a lump sum, they're going to be killed in taxes. What we're talking about is rolling that into an annuity.
Not if they're over retirement age, they wouldn't get killed in that.
They still would have income tax.
Yeah, they would have income tax, absolutely.
Okay, now let's take an annuity, and you take the lump sum and you throw it in an annuity. And when you throw it in an annuity, you can start taking it immediately, and you don't have to have a lockup period.
Long as you're in the position where you will never need that bulk sum of cash. I could agree.
How much you can take up to 10% a year?
In most cases, yeah, 10% a year can pull out of these things. And, you know, it's never, ever, ever a good idea to take your whole retirement account, all of your life savings, and put it into annuity.
Never.
That's the most foolish thing that anybody could ever do.
Ever.
You've got to make sure that there's money in places where you can access it if you need it.
And in most cases, it's a supplement to your Social Security.
Precisely.
And a lot of people, though, the annuity, actually, I was just going to say what he said, is the Social Security. It's basically the same thing. You're buying that guaranteed paycheck for life.
It's like a personal pension. You're buying a pension for yourself.
Deputy Doc says it's the best thing he's ever done.
I have a question. What about, would you ever suggest somebody who's, let's say, has $150,000 to invest in dividend stocks as opposed to growth stocks, and just, dividends that are paying
in other words, live off investments. Do you have seniors doing that? Living off investments.
Yeah, I mean,
annuities are not for everyone. So annuity is to create a solid income with a certain amount of money with a guaranteed growth. I don't see what's wrong with it.
Or a guaranteed amount each month, a guaranteed return.
Some people need that, and that is security. Okay, but what about just investing money?
Well, Tom, we really believe at Retirement Planning Center that all of our clients should have a proper blend of safety, income, and growth.
Right.
You need to have all those things.
So to Mark's point, safety or security if you need something quickly.
Correct.
Or you need to help a kid.
Yeah.
And then income to supplement Social Security. And then growth is on the investment end for emergency, for a fund or whatever. I mean, take a
inflation
vacation.
hedge,
whatever.
I mean, you name it.
So when you guys sit down with the client, you're looking at everything. You're looking at what they're getting for Social Security, what IRAs, what 401ks, what pension plans. You're looking at the entire package. And then as a transition into retirement, one or two if it's a couple, then you're also looking at when should I take Social Security? What's the best way to do this? Should we both take it at this age?
I just want to say one thing, and I got to take a phone call here. But this is something I have to say in general. To take a 401k or an IRA or a pension plan and simply start drawing it down is one of the most stupid moves you can make in retirement. And because it can be wiped out in a couple months of a bad market.
But a lot of people are active too, though. They're not just sitting there in a 401k. They've converted it into their own IRA, and they're literally doing their own trades all the time.
That is less than 1% of the population. People aren't going to take a lump sum out of and put it in an IRA and start day trading. They're not going to do that.
I don't mean day trading, but at least moving their own money around.
Unfortunately, if you look at the stats, most people lose money in the stock market. They don't gain money. And the ones that do make money, it's because the market is going up. They are totally a slave to what the market does. It has nothing to do with ability.
I think most 401ks go over time. They definitely go up.
Okay, but then you're saying converting it to an IRA and them investing it or self-directing it is some magic. It is the most insecure thing someone could do unless they're an expert trader, for God's sakes. I mean, you may have a knack at trading, but to try to do that with your nest egg for your life, do you know how much people have lost over the last 6 months?
You don't have to just be in stocks, though, man. You can be in all kinds of things. You can hedge your bet on every which way.
You really believe
if you're saying the average person, I agree with you,
Well,
fine.
that's what we're talking about, for God's sakes. I'm not talking about 5% of the population. Nothing is for everyone. And, if you have a
There's
talent,
a lot of people that work for whatever company for a long time with a 401k that have created very nice retirements for themselves inside of that 401k.
But what I'm saying is if they keep it in there, they're at the mercy of the government, of the stock market, of the perceptionomics, of fear. I mean, it is not stable. And to just keep drawing it out and paying taxes on it and drawing it down is not a great idea. What I don't like is that people can have they can have 30% of their entire retirement plan go in a month with this stock market. And how long does it take to recover? There is a rule for that. For every percent you lose, it's some astronomical time. People aren't even going to live long enough to recover from a 30% loss.
Back in the 2008 market crash, it took 10 years to get back to even.
10 years to get back to where they were. I mean, even if they start having gains, that's the problem with the market. It's much easier to lose than it is to gain it back, just to get to zero.
There's certainly a lot of people out there who are good at investing and like to be actively involved in their investment decisions. But the bulk of people are not interested in doing that long term.
I'm talking about people in life.
Yep.
They need income and security. No one's going to take their money, put it in an IRA, and babysit it, and if they do, they're going to be on eggshells their entire life. They at some point they have to have stabilization. I mean, we're not talking about the 1 or 2% that have extra money. We're not talking about 5% that might be able to do their trading or direct their trading.
My whole point here was, guys, like if you take the Dow, 1982, it's at 900. We're at 31,000 or 30,000 now. Over time, it goes up. I understand
Mark,
it can drop down and take a little bit of time to come back up.
You're looking at a general trend over how many years? When you are
basically they've been monitoring the Dow.
When you're 65, you don't have the time.
Fair
Your
enough.
401k when you're 65 is not going to increase enough for you to keep up with even the cost of living with a regular withdrawal. We're talking about reality. I don't care what historically a stock market does. We're not living. These people don't have 50 years to wait for the stock. It's an amazing proposition. It takes dips and valleys within that trend that goes up. People always say, well, it goes up over time. But within that trend, there are peaks and valleys. And those losers never go along with that growth. They don't make it back like the trend. If you look at trends, it's an entire stock market. Within there, you have people losing fortunes and never getting them back, even though the stocks continue to go up, because they missed the sell, they missed the buy, and they don't have the knowledge to keep it up. I realize Jim is on the phone and he needs our expert, and our expert dropped off, and that's my fault. I'm going to take him right after the break. So Jim, hang on. Plumline Services has a plum crazy deal on your furnace and AC replacement. This month only, get a free Carrier furnace with the purchase of a qualifying air conditioner. That's plum crazy affordable. A free Carrier furnace from Plumline and Carrier. Turn to the experts. Call now before this plum crazy deal ends. 303-633-5577 or schedule online at plumlineservices.com. Service at home, servants at heart, and plum crazy good deals. While we're talking about financing, let's talk about the liquid loan, because that is really an easy concept to contemplate. It's a 30-year line of credit. Now, this line of credit sits there on your house. It pays off the mortgage, and you can refi with it or buy it, and you pay interest only if you want, or you can pay principal down anytime you want. You are in full control. What I love is when you have savings in the same bank, guess what it does? It earns the same amount of interest for you. That's affordable interest mortgage with theliquidloan.com. It's really a great way to have your equity work for you and have the security of that equity, but be able to pay it down anytime you want. 720-895-0500, theliquidloan.com. American Restoration is a restoration company that you should think about now, even though you may not need them, and I hope you don't. But if you ever do, you don't shop under pressure, and you don't take what your insurance company tells you, because they're never going to give you the best deal. They pay once, and that's it. And if you get a schlock company, you're left cleaning up the mess with your own money. American Restoration will do the right job from the beginning with all the EPA certifications and all the knowledge and the honesty and integrity to do it right. American Restoration 24/7, 8337-AMREST, 8337-AMREST. Or online, amrest247.com.
Research shows listeners prefer a personalized experience. So to help you
Border crossings each reach 5 million? Is that true? Could we have 5 million people? Come on.
Easily.
5 million?
That might not even include what they call the gotaways.
What is the border policy with Biden? Is it just to let everyone in? Is that
Yep.
Is it?
Yep.
Is that truly the official policy?
No, but it's the policy is in effect.
What is the official policy?
There are laws on the books about immigration. What they're doing, though, is they're letting people in, giving them a court date to come back, and they never do. They just stay in the country unidentified. I forget what the percentage of illegal immigrants that show up for their court date is. It's very, very small.
The dollar is in grave danger as Russia and China recruit more nations into their anti-dollar alliance known as BRICS. If this continues, how much longer until the dollar is worthless? Stephen K. Bannon here. I urge you to get Birchgold's free info kit on safeguarding your savings into a gold IRA. To get your free copy, text the word safeguard to 989898. With inflation continuing to explode, it's critical we take action today.
What does Colorado cover, guys, for annuities if the company goes broke? 100? 300. What's FDIC now, do you know?
This fall, find everything you love listening to on Audible. From memoirs and true crime to celebrities and sci-fi. Audible is the home of storytelling, audiobooks, podcasts, and originals. Sign up for a free 30-day trial at audible.com.
630 KHAL, an iHeart radio station.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK. Ed has a question on annuities. Go ahead, Ed.
Yes, I read that annuities, they say they're all guaranteed, but who guarantees them?
Good question. Can you guys talk about that? How secure is somebody's money? What if they get an annuity and the company goes broke? Are they done?
Yeah, so there's a bunch of levels of protection when it comes to these insurance companies, Tom and Ed. That's obviously your first level of defense is the insurance company. They have surplus capital that further keeps your money safe.
Well, does a government make them keep surplus capital?
No, this is not a government regulation. This is an insurance commission regulation, and each state has their own insurance
Well, which means
commission.
that they require a certain amount of reserve.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So how many offering guaranteed annuities? How many have failed?
There's been a handful that have failed over the years.
Have they been variable or have they been fixed?
It just depends on the company, not necessarily product specific, but company
But a handful means what? I mean, if you had your money in there, that handful was everything. So like how do you know how stable a company is? I think that's a good question.
It's a great question, but even if an insurance company were to fail, there's other insurance companies that further back these companies, and so for lack of better terms, they're excited to be able to acquire new
Well,
insurance
are there
clients.
okay, I want to
depending
know
on the
this.
dollar.
Are there people that have lost their fortunes and did not get transferred or saved?
No, never.
Okay.
That has not happened.
Okay, so people don't lose. There are other people to back them up.
Correct. The only time any annuity owner has lost money, I'll call it, is due to market performance or lack of. If it's in a variable annuity, that is the risk that these
A variable annuity, you get all the upside, but you get all the downside.
Correct.
Or you get a lot of upside, more upside than normal. Whereas with a fixed annuity, you get some of the upside.
Correct.
But you get none of the downside.
That's correct.
And how long have some of these companies been around?
Oh, some of them well over 100 years. There's some pretty good longevity with these companies. So there's, yeah.
Ed, do you wonder if there's an FDIC? There's no FDIC. Just talk right into the front of that, please.
There's a state guarantee association in the state of Colorado that will guarantee if an annuity company does fail, they'll cover up to $300,000 in an annuity account per owner, if that occurs. It's never happened. Guaranteed annuities have never failed. What happens is if an insurance company drops below their solvency limits or their legal reserve limits in the state, another company will come in and purchase that's got bigger reserves on hand, and they'll continue the thing on
because they take the asset on.
Right. And insurance companies, you want to know where all the money in the economy is. It's with the insurance companies. The banks.
So it's a solid, you would say, safety-wise, of all investments in the world. Seriously now. I mean, even cash in a bank, annuities are the safest.
A bank can loan $1 out something like 17 times by law.
Yeah.
Because of the reserve requirements are so low. Most don't do it that many times.
Right.
But an insurance company has to have $1 on hand for every dollar of asset they show on their books. Plus, they've got to have the reserves to cover the interest for that particular dollar.
So they have to have more.
They've got to have a lot more than the banks have. Absolutely.
All right.
And one thing that I'd mention too is there are lots of rating agencies out there. You can look at the ratings for insurance companies, whether it's an A+, A++, things like this. Obviously, I would hope that anybody that's going to go buy an annuity is going to only buy from a highly rated insurance carrier.
Does highly rated insurance carriers mean high commissions and high costs?
No. It's the financial stability and strength of the insurance company. That's how and there's third-party companies that go in and rate these companies, and they do it on an annual basis. So you can look these up. AM Best is a good place to go look. Lots of.
Now, Ed, any other questions?
I guess, again, the companies that have annuities, they're basically life insurance companies. Is that correct?
Right. Yep,
and
life
so
insurance.
They're making money in the market, correct?
Yeah,
Isn't that how they make most of their money?
Yep. They're taking the money, they're investing it conservatively in the market, and so they're putting most of the money is going into guaranteed instruments where they have a guaranteed rate of return. And for the particular annuities where there might be some participation in the market, they're going to use some company reserves, some company funds to go out and either buy options in certain markets to give you growth on your account, or if you're in a variable annuity, they're actually put your money into different investments in the market as well. But that's something that you're taking the risk on in that case, not the insurance company.
So I have one last question then, because again, annuities have become very popular. Obviously, talking about it on this show, but if annuities become so popular that there's so many people buying them, isn't there a risk that way against the system?
In what way do you mean? How would that affect it? In what way?
Well, I mean, could there be so much money invested in annuities that they can make up the money on the market so that would increase the risk of companies failing?
I
They
think
can't pay
I don't
out.
even understand.
Well, an insurance company won't take the money on if they don't have the solvency to take it on. They're not going to take a client on that is throwing, again, 100% of their savings into an annuity.
Unless you're AIG.
Well, and that was not their fixed insurance division that failed.
Yeah.
With AIG, it was a different division. So,
the fixed annuities have never failed.
Correct.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. That was my last question.
Okay.
Yeah, and here's the deal. There's nothing 100% safe. Nothing. It doesn't matter what you're doing. There's nothing 100% safe. Now, Jim, you have
Yes.
You have a 2013 Nissan Pathfinder?
Yeah, it's my daughter's.
And what's wrong with the transmission?
Well, she, for like a week or so, she was complaining about when she would go into gear, maybe she backs out of the driveway and then goes into drive. It wouldn't do anything. It would just sit there and just wouldn't engage.
Would it rev?
Yeah, but it's not like shifting into gear. So then,
And does it? How does it cure itself? Does she eventually leaves? What happens? Does she turn it off, turn it back on? Does she sit there a while? What happens?
Exactly. Yep, exactly. That's what I had her do the one time. I'm like,
had her do what?
That's just shut off the car.
And then as soon as she restarted it, it worked.
Yes, but then yesterday she was driving to Walmart, and then it just stopped. It just stopped going into gear. So
we should have Jeff Vick.
That's what we're going to. We had him on the air. Can he come back right now? Look, right after this. Let's do this and come right back with our expert.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's. Try Wendy's new home-style French toast sticks today.
Couple things in your way right now. Look out for construction northbound I-25 between 6th Avenue and Spear. Looks like it's going to add at least 5 minutes onto your commute. We have an accident eastbound Hampton at Clarkson in the Inglewood area. It's got you stop and go from Logan. And road work northbound Wadsworth between 38th and 44th. Expect lane closures and delays there. Your Fox 31 pinpoint weather. Mostly sunny, high near 70 today. Tonight we'll get down to the mid-40s for the low. Tomorrow sunny and mid to lower 70s. And Friday slight chance of rain. And we'll get down to the mid to lower 60s. Saturday, sunny and a high near 70. Right now it's 65. With your impact traffic and weather, Katie Mitchell, 630 KHOW.
Wendy's new home-style French toast sticks are so good, some are saying they're better than their mom's French toast. Perfectly crispy on the outside, perfectly fluffy on the inside, perfectly perfect in every way. Try Wendy's new home-style French toast sticks today and see if they're better than your mom's.
Bigger is not always better. With car accidents, I don't want a giant firm where I'm just a number. That's why I use John Fuller as my accident lawyer on my radio show. I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino, and I know you don't want to be just a number either. So call John Fuller, and you'll notice the difference right away. John handles each and every case personally. You get his personal cell phone number and attention. Let my accident lawyer be your accident lawyer at myaccidentlawyer.co for Colorado. myaccidentlawyer.co. Get free evaluation of your case, and if you choose Fuller Law, you only pay a small fee when you win. John believes each and every client is important, not just the giant cases. He knows you need answers, you need advice, you need action. Don't wait in line. myaccidentlawyer.co, where you're not just a number. 303-597-4500. 597-4500. myaccidentlawyer.co.
Don't miss the Trading Group Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. on 630 KHOW. Learn how you can earn a full-time income as a short-term trader. That's the Trading Group Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. The question line is 888-646-8787. Do you feel like your feet are stepping on broken glass? Sharp pain or tingling in the feet or hands are symptoms of peripheral neuropathy. Are you taking drugs like Lyrica or gabapentin, but they never seem to fix your neuropathy? Are you worried about their side effects? There's a better way. Front Range Medical Center can help. Peripheral neuropathy is a result of damage to the nerves causing burning, weakness, pain, numbness, tingling, and debilitating balance problems. Front Range Medical Center can relieve you from neuropathy with no injections and no drugs, using the newest, most advanced treatment. You can start feeling relief in only a few sessions. Call Dr. Dean Anderson, D.C. at Front Range Medical now for a consultation and exam to see if your neuropathy can be treated. He'll provide a painless neuropathy severity exam, normally $200 for just $27. Take action before your neuropathy gets worse. Call Dr. Dean Anderson, D.C. at Front Range Medical at 720-823-0784. That's 720-823-0784.
Got a car taking up space in your garage? Not
Needed income.
I refinanced in 06 or 07, and all I had to give was a letter saying this is how much I expect to earn this
That's
year.
unbelievable.
That was it. No tax returns, no nothing.
That's unbelievable.
No, it was so bad. I mean, I had this one woman. I swear to God, she lived in the country on a horse property and had gotten refied 6 times. Now, this house was worth about $230,000, and she had pulled out about $560,000.
She sold it on the slow.
When it crashed, that's what I told her. She was crying. I lost my home. I said, no, you didn't. You sold it on the installment plan.
Yep.
Because you're done.
And you did fucking great.
You made more money on that house than if you sold it.
No, but that's where most people were at.
Yeah, a lot of people.
They'd go tap that equity if they just felt
like. They were
like.
crying about losing their home, and Peter Boyles was raving about how terrible, and I was on the show saying, they fucked up. And he said, because it was a little manipulation, but the manipulation didn't cause the failure. The manipulation just made people money. The failure was caused by the guys who sold those loans and then packaged those loans, and then it was all exaggerated.
But the people that were refining 4 or 5 times, they're also not looking at that cost going in. Let's say the average is $7-8 grand. They just added $50,000 to their mortgage as they took out every penny of equity ever there.
But they had no skin in the game, so it didn't matter to them. They lost.
Well, they do have skin in the game. They're just dumb enough not to see it. I mean, of course they know.
No, I mean, if there's no equity, they just walked.
Oh, yeah, of course.
So that's what I mean by no skin, when they had no money down. And then the other one, 120% loan to value.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Or how about the arms? That's that $1 million house making $50 grand.
There when I said, listen, this is going to crash. 120% will never sustain itself. I saw it coming. I said, this thing is going to go away. It's going to crash. I just didn't think it was going to go into every...
No, you were married to Holly.
No, as far as the...
I wasn't sitting here is all I'm saying.
I never believed that it would go into commercial.
And weren't people getting loans on like 0% down or 5% down?
Always.
What?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You could...
Or they did a first and second. The second was for the...
And keep your bowl goals on track.
Grainberry, healthy cereal for your family.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Jeff Vick is with Kimmer Transmission and the father of a brand new puppy for hunting, a little lab, right?
Yeah, I actually have her at work with me today.
And it's a boy, right?
Nope, a girl. No.
Okay, and the other one was a boy. The older one is a boy. So
Yeah,
are they getting along?
He's slowly starting to warm up to her.
Jeff actually trains him to hunt. It's the coolest thing in the world. Let's go to talk to Jim. Okay, here's what happened. His daughter has a 2013 Nissan Pathfinder, and she would have issues in the morning or when she started it. It was a lot of slippage, really slippage, where it wouldn't move. And then she'd turn it off, turn it back on, and it would cure itself temporarily. And then finally it gave out, right, Jim?
Yep.
How many miles on it?
Oh boy, I think it's like 87.
Oh, not terrible.
Yeah, not terrible, no.
And now where is it? Now it doesn't start. I mean, it doesn't move.
Yep.
It does start, but it doesn't move.
I mean, you could push it. I mean, you can get it in neutral. So you can go into reverse. It won't go into reverse or anything. It just it's like in neutral. It seems like it's
so
not.
What happens when you put it? Let's say when the car's off, you put it in first and try to push it. Can you hear the engine turning without the? Does it?
Yeah, the engine turns, but it just doesn't. It seems like it's just not like signaling to like. There's like a disconnect,
So it's over revving. It's over revving and not moving.
It's not over. Yeah, it's not even. It just doesn't recognize it's going into gear. So I don't know if it's like something like a valve body.
If you start the car up, if you start it up and put it in drive,
it won't do anything.
Okay, but the engine still runs.
Yeah.
And if she presses on the gas while it's in drive, it'll just rev the engine.
Correct.
Okay, so Jeff.
The engagement clutches could be bad. He could have broken the belt. I mean, given the fact that he was having a problem, early in the morning where it didn't want to engage, and then after it warmed up it would. Good possibility that fluid was low and they burned up those clutches. But most likely that transmission's failed.
Now,
okay,
the entire transmission?
Well, it can potentially be built depending on what all it needs to be done to it. Some of those parts are very difficult for us to get our hands on right now. So about 50% of the time we are relegated to having to buy a unit and put that in.
What do they cost, those trannies?
Well, the tranny by itself, I'm looking it up here right now. Looks like the unit retails for $28.78.57. Calls for about 14.7 hours to install it. So you figure by the time it's all said and done, you're sitting roughly right in the neighborhood of about $5,000.
Okay, Jim. Now? Is there such thing as a clutch in those automatic transmissions? What kind of?
Yeah, it's a CVT, and then you're going to have clutches that actually engage to start. Excuse me. And then the pulleys themselves are what gives it the gear ratios.
But if it has a broken belt or just a bad clutch, it still isn't worth just fixing that. You got to basically.
Oh no, we could very very potentially build it. We just finished one up on a Murano. It's a matter of for his particular model, if I can't get those clutches currently because they're not available right now because of the parts problems, then we would be relegated to having to actually purchase a unit and go that route.
But if you could do the clutch and do some internal parts that he needs, as opposed to a whole unit, what would that cost?
Well, realistically, on a low end, he's probably starting off roughly around $2,500. Okay. So you've kind of got a window between that 25 to 5 that you're working with.
Jim?
Yes.
You understand all that, right?
I do. I just had a question. I was talking to a couple guys that said that those Nissans are known for doing this, and that there could have been there's a service bulletin on those things, and they were talking about a valve body. So what would that be?
Well, the valve body is kind of the mechanical hydraulic brain inside there. And most of the time when we see those valve bodies fail, it's actually usually torque converter clutch issues or jugger problems. Then they can be replaced and fix those issues. But a typical no movement, I myself have never seen a no movement caused by that valve body.
So
okay.
Anyway, Jim, where is it right now parked?
It's at our house in Monument, Colorado, so I'm just trying to figure out where I need to send it to.
Well, if you come up north to Kimmer, I don't know.
It's going to be well worth that drive, man.
And you come up north, well, you can also go to the Springs, but we have people there. I mean, where do you rather go? Jeff Vick is down at the south part when you come up I-25. You don't have to go too far into town, but you go to Arapahoe Road and go over.
He's going to be your best bet by far, man. That's all he does is transmissions. We've got great technician places in the Springs, but they don't rebuild the trannies right there.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
It's Kimmer Transmission, man, and I can give you the number.
Yeah, that's what I'll do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can look it up.
Yeah, it's 303-693-1400 for anyone else that wants to know that. Okay, let me go to our text because some people get very, very, very upset if we talk about anything outside of absolute consumer stuff. Now, they don't mind the finance stuff, but the other stuff. Anyway, a dishwasher repairman told me that basically any appliance companies with two letters suck, like LG and GE. You know,
I've had good luck with GE.
I like GE. I've never had a problem ever with GE.
You know, my uncle worked for them for 50 years, started and retired with them. He said it was a great company back then. Everything made right there in upstate New York.
Now,
KitchenAid.
it's a KitchenAid.
And those are high quality, good.
Oh, it's a
good
KitchenAid,
appliances.
and it looks like a Zero,
Yeah.
a Sub-Zero. It's wide and has the top compressor. Hey, Tom, says the texter at 57739. It says here, you and Mark can't say, but I would love to know if your wife or daughter were in a bathroom and some creeper pervert tried going in with them, you would stop them immediately, guarantee. Now, hold on. You notice she said creepy pervert, of course. Of course, if a creepy pervert was sneaking in a shower or something. But we weren't talking about that. What we were talking about is this. What do you do if the school says, I'm sorry, this boy identifies as a girl and he is going to go to the girl locker room? Now, he's not transitioned at all. He simply identifies as a girl. This is happening all over the country. There was a walkout recently of girls who refused to do it, and the school punished them. And schools are siding with the right. Now, there's nothing wrong with that if they want to side with the right. How would you feel? I think this, see, I don't think people care about the transgender part where a person chooses to identify. But they care about, as I said, when it affects them, like their son or daughter is competing against them in sports or locker rooms and things like that. So I think we either have to have some rules or we're going to have to make locker rooms and restrooms and everything else in the world non-gender. In other words, private stalls and a way to accommodate everyone so everyone feels comfortable. I mean, I don't know what else to say. But the point is this. Society is now choosing to accommodate people who feel uncomfortable being in their gender.
It depends where you live, too, though.
But not people who feel uncomfortable next to them in a locker room. It's simply that. They're choosing the minority to feel to be for their rights because they feel it's oppression. That's the overall thought. If you talk to people, they will tell you that. So, what do you do? What is the answer? What about making general neutral places? Let's say a locker room had private stalls for everyone. What would be wrong with that? I mean, you know, at one time we didn't accommodate people in wheelchairs, and then we had to put ramps on every sidewalk and all kinds of stuff. So is it time that instead of arguing about this, we simply accommodate locker rooms and restrooms so everyone has a private stall if they feel comfortable, and then everyone can use everything? I don't know.
Can you imagine that at a Broncos game? The men would be standing in line for 14 hours.
But I don't know what else is the answer, and it's not going to go away. More and more people are coming out as trans. So something's got to be done. Something's got to be done, and apparently they're not going to go by chromosomes. They're going to go by how people feel. Okay, that's what. So I'm asking, and this is a consumer issue. It really is. I mean, we are trying to accommodate everyone. So how do we do it? And how do you? I think the biggest problem with the trans movement is the sports issue. That's really a lot of kids, a lot of parents with teenage or young girls are upset with the competition. Can you have a division for that's I don't know, of maybe a I don't know what to say, but a division for people other than male and other than female, or someone who transitions? Is there a way to do that? Tony, what is your comment?
There, for reasons unknown to, well, I think I have a good I think I know why, but we are literally turning the world upside down for less than 5% of the population. So my guess is
wait, Tony, if you're talking about trans, it's less than 2% of the population.
Okay, well, it's much less. It's way less than 5%. I honestly believe that the left, and let's admit it, the left
Go
is
ahead,
one that's
quickly,
pushing
make
this
your point.
agenda. They're doing this to fabric of our country.
I see. Tony. See, I don't see it as a political movement where they want to tear the fabric of the country. I see it as people just wanting to accommodate people, so they're not perceived as hateful. That's their fear.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Murdoch's Ranch and Home Supply.
Still dealing with some issues in your way here. Westbound I-70 between Havana and I-270. We've got a wreck there that's blocking the left lane, and stop and go from Peoria. Looks like a crash involving 2 semi-trucks. It's going to add at least 5 minutes onto your commute right now. We have another accident eastbound Hampton at Clarkson, and look out for road work northbound I-25 between 6th Avenue and Spear. Slow speeds there as well. Your Fox 31 pinpoint weather. Mostly sunny and high near 70 today. Tonight we'll get down to the mid-40s. Tomorrow, sunny, 72. Friday, slight chance of rain and mid to lower 60s. Right now, it's 65. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Katie Mitchell, 630 KHOW.
It's Carhartt Days at Murdoch's Ranch and Home Supply. Through October 11th, spend $125 or more on your favorite Carhartt and get 25 Carhartt bucks to use towards a future purchase. Now through October 11th at your local Murdoch's or Murdoch's.com.
You know, a reverse loan is a way to live off the equity in your home and not pay taxes on it, and to have basically income or an emergency line of credit, or maybe just not a house payment. Now, I'm not recommending it for everyone, but certainly it's a tool as you get older. Empower Reverse Mortgage is someone we know and trust. Mark Massey will answer all of your questions at this helpline. Just remember, empower yourself with Empower Reverse. 720-500-7719. Find the truth out about reverse loans, the good and the bad and the ugly. 720-500-7719. Hey, the Art of Granite is a place that is so proud of their deals. You can call them on the phone. They'll give you a price, whether it's granite, marble, or quartzite, or any man-made material. It doesn't matter. They have them all, and they'll give you prices on the phone. And that's because they love what they do, and they're proud of their deals. Tear out and haul away's free, and the bathroom's free when you do the kitchen. TheArtOfGranite.com, 303-386-5919.
Well, there needs to be a separation. You can't have people kneeling down and having a coach lead a prayer for the football team.
I disagree. If the coach wants to, why are you taking his right away to want to do it? If the kids don't want to do it, then the kids don't have to do it.
Come on. There's something about people in positions of trust. When I was working, I had more responsibility.
Mark, we ring at the same time. Is this someone calling our office?
It's that new phone number.
So our office phone is forwarded to our cell?
Not that. There's only one number forwarded there, and it's the help number.
Well, teachers, doctors, priests, people in position of trust are held to a higher standard. You can't tell me that if there are two Muslims and 2 Jewish kids on a team, that they don't feel obligated because the coach leads a prayer session to join.
Doc, I think the Supreme Court actually just solved this. They said they gave the guy his fucking job back for exactly that. He was actually having a prayer after the game or before the game, whatever it happened to be. They said they were impeding his right to do it. So, I mean, regardless of whatever, I mean, the Supreme Court's weighed in. It's pretty much a done deal. But my whole point was, I mean, the foundation of this country was what? The Puritans, for the most part. I mean, it was all religion.
But religious freedom doesn't mean indoctrination by the government.
That I agree with that 100%.
No, you're right.
But it doesn't. I don't know what the difference between that is and telling a religious person he can't be religious. It's the same shit.
I'm saying that Tom can have the Church of Martino 7 days a week, 24 hours a day,
and he can talk about it to anybody he wants.
Right. But he can't bring it into the public schools or the public universities or any government office.
Unless it's an educational program and you're doing others.
Well, if you're talking about the theory of religion in a college course, yeah, I agree with you.
It's just like they want it both ways. I mean, that's the part that doesn't make sense.
What do you mean they want it both ways?
The people that like fired the coach I was talking about, they don't want religion there, but they want to take away his right to religion.
No, I think not his personal right.
Yeah, his personal right. That is his personal right. How about you can't high five? Or, you know, there's a lot of schools that have gotten rid of the Pledge of Allegiance. I mean, how far do you go with that? Do you agree with getting rid of the Pledge of Allegiance?
Only where it says under God.
See, that's fucking silly, but that's the Pledge of Allegiance. That's once again, like literally that's what the country was founded after. How do you take away the Pledge of Allegiance?
I'm not saying to take away the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm saying to take out what they put back in the 50s.
Well, it's like every school name change they've done. Fuck, they just got rid of what? Lincoln's gone. They're all fucking. It's insane.
Well, it depends on where you draw. I would draw the line at under God, and I would agree with you about changing the names of schools. That's ridiculous.
But why under God?
Because as an atheist, I don't believe this country is under the auspices of a God.
But who gives a shit?
I do.
It's been there forever.
No, it hasn't been there.
Changing.
It hasn't been there forever.
One nation under God, you mean?
It was taken out and it was put back in, I think, in the 60s or 70s.
Well, I knew it no other way. How about when a president or anybody takes office? Should they get rid of their oath now? There should be no God in any of that.
No, there shouldn't be.
Well, there fucking is.
Well,
but they don't want it in school, but they'll take the fucking oath?
You're asking me my opinion. In my opinion, it shouldn't be there.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. By the way, one of the reasons I brought this up about this trans thing is because I've been contacted by parents who are upset with schools locally because they're changing policies.
More than one.
And eventually, anyone who identifies, not changes, you don't have to have hormones, you do not have to have a sex change, you simply identify as another sex, and they will accommodate you in restrooms and locker rooms along with all the other girls. I'm not trying to get people mad. I'm asking if there is an answer to this and a solution. Or maybe a solution's a bad word because some people don't think it's a problem. Hey, Mary, go ahead. What's your comment?
Well, I'm going to make it simple. Most of the girls' locker rooms already have private stalls and or curtains.
Good.
So, yeah, I'm sure you don't know that because you're not,
right.
You don't identify as a female.
Right.
But second of all, here we go again. I think the last caller said it. For the 0.1%, we're changing everything. In your analogy about the handicap, that's not a choice. They haven't changed. They were either born that way or were in a horrible accident.
That's a good point, Mary.
Served our country.
Okay, that's a good point, Mary, and I appreciate that. By the way,
have you been following the cat situation?
No, you tell me about. Hold on a second. We want to know about that, and we'll figure it out and get it on the air. Hold on. Don't hang up. I'm Tom Martino. Thank you. rpcenter.com, 970-663-3211. I want to ask her something.
At Real Tom Martino. And stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW. KHOW.com. And on the iHeartRadio app. Leland Conway is next on Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Are you avoiding logging into your retirement accounts because you dread seeing possible losses?